Madjo?
MP
Okay na daw,
Raisa
sir.
Jajuri, nandiyan na po
Okay na.
siya. Okay.
Session resume. Majority Leader?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, after the Deputy Majority Floor Leader take consideration of the proposed amendments, I believe she is ready to declare whether she accept or not the proposed amendments, especially those MPs who submitted their proposed amendments, Mr. Speaker. May we respectfully recognize MP Raisa Jajuri.
MP Raisa Jajuri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. We will go to the amendments proposed by the members of the Parliament. For a while, Mr. Speaker, I'm just combing through my email. So, can we go to...
Naliyakan daw, sir. Can we go by the order?
Sorry. Okay, Mr. Speaker. Okay, Mr. Speaker. So which one among them?
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker,
Yes.
I believe that one, I was not yet with my amendments a while ago. I was prevented because there was a suspension.
Mr. Speaker, may I speak, Mr. Speaker? We agreed this morning, Mr. Speaker, that the proposed amendments of MPs will be submitted to MP Raisa Jajuri, including the proposed amendments of MP Latif.
Yes.
And MP Jajuri will announce it in this August body whether she accept or not the proposed amendments of the
That's correct.
MPs. So including the MP Latif, and I believe MP Jajuri is ready to
Yes. MP Jajuri will announce the whether they accept the amendments as already submitted, and he will mention the proponent of the amendment. So he will go by that order. Thank you. MP Jajuri, proceed.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, can we have the proposed amendments shared in Zoom?
Amendment of whom? MP, we will sub the amendment as submitted. You are
Okay.
you name the proponent of the amendment so that the secretariat can flash that on screen.
Mr. Speaker, may I be clarified?
Yes.
Yes, yes.
I believe I still have the floor a while ago
Yes,
before the suspension.
definitely, Mr. Speaker. MP Latif will be the first one to be
Yes, but
in that order, Mr. Speaker.
in that order, first, I think MP Raisa Jajuri requested your amendment so that he can already say whether it is acceptable or not. But it will include your amendments already. So he is now viewing his computer accordingly to look into the proposed amendments that you have submitted. So perhaps we should allow MP Raisa Jajuri.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker,
Yes, MP Mawalil.
Mr. Speaker, clarification. Is the proponent will going to dialogue with those MPs that submitted their proposed amendments, or are we going to just run through the proposed amendments submitted by the MPs earlier, and then she will determine if she accepts or rejects those amendments? And if in the case that we will still going to recognize the members of Parliament, Mr. Speaker, may I know again the sequence of those who will be recognized later as we continue with the period of debate amendment.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, all the MPs who submitted the proposed amendment will be discussed with them. Especially kung matawag yung kay MP Mawali, you have all the rights to speak.
In the order,
Yes, in that order. Because, Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry, meron po nag-email ngayon ng sunod-sunod na mga MPs. So, sino yung mga na-email doon ng mga MPs, yun ay definitely re-recognize. Lahat po, I personally see the email from MP Mawalil, MP Baintan, MP Rasmitmog, MP Rimbang, MP Ramos, MP Omar, MP Saliga, and other MPs. So na-discuss po lahat yun ni Deputy Majority Pro Leader and with the Majority Pro Leader. So meron na po yan, naka-ready na po. Tatawagin na lang po yung mga MPs.
Mr. Speaker, in that case, Mr. Speaker, may I know the official sequence of those who will be recognized? So we can ready as we urge the body to fast-track the passage of this administrative code.
yeah, in the order, as submitted, MP Omar was already through with his. Then MP Maysara, she was already called. Then it was the sequence follow MP by Maleha Kandaw, MP Rasul Mitbug, MP Paisalintago, MP Mawalil, MP Romeo Sema, MP Arsad Satar, MP Romeo Saliga, MP Saurakmani Adjong, MP Susana Anayatin. That's in the order. And
Yes,
therefore,
Mr. Speaker, we please include also Deputy Speaker Hatimil Hasan.
and Deputy Speaker Hatimil Hassan.
Speaker, Rimbang.
Deputy Rimba.
With due respect.
And
MP Sultan Idrisa Rimbang po.
MP Sultan, please wait. Then, subsequently, there was a manifestation from Sultan Rimbang that that is why he's included in the list after Deputy Speaker Hatimil Hassan. That was the sequence.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
By Terpatuan, you were mentioned. Yeah. Yes. Oh. Okay. In the list, you are here.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, MP Sema.
I also submitted a proposed amendment that was assigned to me by the senior leaders, senior members of parliament coming from the MNLF. I submitted there at the secretariat my proposed amendment.
We will call you later after
Yes,
that because in the first tranche you were
Yeah, okay.
already called. So that was in the order. So MP Raisa will comment on your proposed amendment. So she was just asking that as she mentioned the name of the proponent and the amendment, it will be placed on the board so that it can be shared to us. Is it clear? But you will be called because the amendment will be the amendment of Maysara, amendment of Mayliha Kandaw, but he will say in this amendment of Maysara, this is accepted and this is not accepted. The flow will be, if it is not accepted, we will forego with many debates. If it is not accepted, I will divide the House for votation so that we will know whether the amendment will be accepted or not. Because this is a special session and we are constrained by time. I'd like to finish the purpose for which this special session was called. I hope members of the parliament will bear with us. I do not like to end this special session with no output. So I hope that would speak good for this parliament and for all of us if we cannot finish a task given to us as urgent as this. So I hope you bear with us. Thank you. So MP Raisa, you can proceed so that the secretariat can follow in that order. Thank you. MP Raisa,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In relation to the proposed amendment regarding on section 59, page 54, line 54, on general concepts, uh, the proposal is to include the language as shown in the screen, and we accept, Mr. Speaker.
This is the amendment of who MP
Latif, Mr.
Latif.
Speaker.
Oh, accepted. So it's accepted. Secretariat, please take note. Next. Proceed.
Yes, in relation to section 60, the proposal is to include the word social enterprise in paragraph E, and we accept, Mr.
Accepted.
Speaker.
Okay.
And on may I proceed, Mr. Speaker?
Proceed. Please proceed. The floor is yours.
Yes, for section 64, the proposal is to include, I think, 4 paragraphs. And we accept, Mr. Speaker.
Accepted.
Okay. Yeah. For section 45, and this refers to, I think, Bangsamoro Sports Commission. May I be clarified, Mr. Speaker? This in relation to the Bangsamoro Sports Commission. Maybe we can ask MP if.
MP
Yes,
Latif
Mr. Speaker.
is recognized.
In accordance with the 4 commissions, Bangsamoro Women Bangsamoro Youth Commission, Bangsamoro Human Rights Commission, Mr. Speaker, to propose that the funds as well to Bangsamoro Sports Commission added as an addition.
Mr. Speaker, I just want to be clarified if section 45 refers to the Bangsamoro Sports Commission.
Yes, that's correct, Mr. Speaker. Additional provision, the penultimate before the whole chapter on.
Okay, we accept, Mr. Speaker.
All right. Accepted. Okay. Proceed.
On section 58, and I also want to be clarified as to which commission this provision falls under.
MP
That's,
Latif.
thank you very much. That's Bangsamoro Commission, Age Commission, Mr. Also a commission. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, that we have to, with the uniformity of the fund, I've proposed an additional provision. That would be section 58.
Mr. Speaker, I did not get it. What commission?
Can you repeat MP
Culture
Maisa
and
Latif?
Heritage. Mr. Speaker, that's Commission Bangsamoro Commission of Culture and Heritage, Preservation of Culture and Heritage.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, I just want to manifest that the Bangsamoro Commission on the Preservation of Cultural Heritage is not an attached agency, and therefore there is no need to provide for Section 58. It will get its Mr. Speaker. So we do not accept.
MP Latif, MP Raisa did not accept. Would you yield that before I open the body to a vote? Will you yield to the recommendation that it will not be included because it is not an attached agency as manifested?
In that case, Mr. Speaker, an attached agency, may I as to the nature of the agency?
MP Raisa.
Mr. Speaker, it's an independent commission, meaning independent in the sense that it is not attached to the office of the Chief Minister.
So, Culture Commission is not John?
It's an independent commission.
May I be clarified if it's not?
May we request
Mr.
the MPs to turn off the video so that hindi siya kasi malaking kinakain ng video. Audio na lang.
May I be clarified if the Culture Commission is not an independent commission, but under the office of the Chief?
Mr. Speaker, the Bangsamoro Commission for Preservation of Cultural Heritage is not an attached agency, and therefore Section 58 need not be included in the Administrative Code because the Commission will have its own funds, and there is no need for Section 58.
Thank you very much for that, Mr. Speaker. I yield, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, MP Maysara Latif. MP Raisa, proceed with the other amendments.
Mr. Speaker, may I be clarified by MP Maysara as to what commission this proposal in relation provided under Section 7 refers to? What commission does this fall under?
MP
That is the Commission on Women, Mr. Speaker.
We have no objection, Mr. Speaker. We accept.
accepted.
As to MENRE, Mr. Speaker,
Yes, proceed.
I think the proposal is to include a separate service which will be on coastal waters and inland water management services. Mr. Speaker, there is a provision in the Bangsamoro Organic Law that provides that the Parliament shall create a Bangsamoro Authority to cover the exploration, development, and utilization of inland waters. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, we do not accept the proposal since a separate authority on inland waters should be created by the Parliament. So we do not accept, Mr. Speaker.
MP Maysara.
May I be heard on this matter? Upon an enumeration of all the services under the MENRE, all of the territories, the land, the air, was covered by a certain service like the Forest Management Service, the Land Management Service, as well as water, I think, not water, but the other services that covers environment. However, when I looked at it, there was no provision for coastal waters and inland water services. And I believe that this is important. However, if the majority would provide for a Bangsamoro Development Authority on coastal waters and inland water in the future, I yield, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. We will take note of that in the future we might create our own coastal authority. Thank you.
On Section 13 of Title 2, Chapter 4, regarding the inclusion of a Bureau for Special Education under MBHTE, we accept, Mr. Speaker.
The amendment is accepted. Secretariat, please take note.
And with respect to Section 12 of under the Ministry of Social Services and Development for the inclusion of Mr. Speaker, may I, because we did not get, we have several versions of the proposals coming from MP Latif. I don't think we got the latest version. But for the creation of an orphanage center, which was what we received, we accept, Mr. Speaker.
Okay.
With respect to Section 12, is this the same thing? Can you go back down? I think it's the same provision. Sige, pakibaba po. Pakibaba po. Go on, please. Pakibaba. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's accepted.
Okay, it's accepted. So,
Mr. Speaker, I think this is a separate section. Can we go up? Yan. That's the one that I said we accept.
yeah, that provision is accepted, the amendment.
Hindi po
Take
yan.
note,
Yan.
Take note, Secretariat, of the accepted amendment.
Sige, can we go down? I think there's a separate provision there. Baba pa po. Baba. Yan. Section 22, can I read? Up. Okay, we accept, Mr. Speaker.
Section 22, amendment Section 22 is also accepted. Please note.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and this is a very good day for all orphan children of the Bangsamoro. And I really am so elated and I'm so happy that we have established in the Bangsamoro Administrative Code an institution that will cater to the needs and the aspiration and dreams of our orphan children in the Bangsamoro. Thank you very much, Mr.
Thank
Speaker.
you, MP Maysara Latif.
That will be all for my amendments. Thank you very much to the proponent and to the majority.
MP Raisa, you can proceed with the other amendments.
Yes, Mr. Yes, Mr. Speaker. I'm not sure who is in the second, in the list.
Do you have the
Who is
amendment
second?
of
I think that's
by Malaya Candao? MP by Malaya Candao.
okay.
Mr. Speaker, may we see the language being proposed? Because this was yesterday. This was yesterday's document.
Yeah. Yes.
And so maybe
think you
know
have
which
answered
one is being
that.
proposed. Yes. What
Yes,
article,
Mr. Speaker.
Okay. Go ahead.
Yes, Madam Speaker, yeah, we already discussed about this yesterday and you already answered this particular amendment, but there are others that you might also want to read. I have, I think, 14 recommendations, not really amendments, but you might like to go over those. So you might include that for amendments. Some are typographical errors, some are needing voice of clarification because there are some confusing provisions there. Kindly just go over it.
MP Candao, if I may suggest, we focus on the amendments. Then with respect to typographical error, we can just look into it later. There will be style committee to do that. Thank you. MP Raisa, you can focus on the amendments. So, because for lack of material time, yes.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, we have to go through this and see what is for amendment and what is for discussion. The period for which has already passed. So may I propose, Mr. Speaker, that we go to the next
The next is
member of
the
party
amendment of Attorney Rasul Mitmug.
while we look at MP Candao's proposal and sift through it to check what are for amendments.
Yes.
Okay.
The next
that would be
is
well.
MP Rasul
Thank you.
Mitmog.
The amendment of Rasul Mitmug as suggested. You can look into it.
May I have the proposal, Mr. Speaker?
MP Mitmug, can you read it for purposes of... have you submitted?
We submitted to the Secretariat.
Secretariat, can you plus the amendment of MP Rasul Mitmug?
Wala naman. Ang usapan kahapon, walang interpellation.
MP Rice is already flashing the...
Okay, sorry. Yes, Mr. Speaker, with respect to the proposed amendment of Section 16, Chapter 4, we accept.
Thank you, ma'am.
Accepted.
Mr. Speaker, with respect to Section 24, we propose that we do not reject, but we are proposing a small amendment by way of putting the word Allah after Almighty and then putting the word God in parentheses.
MP Rasul Mitmug, will you yield to that?
We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. MP Rasul Mitmug yielded to that recommendation of the proponent. So it is, with that, it is accepted, MP Rasul, MP Rice the jury.
And in line 15 also, instead of "so help me God," there should...
MP Rasul,
We accept, Mr. Speaker.
it is also. So, are those the three amendments you have submitted?
There's a last amendment, Sir Speaker.
There's the last amendment.
Number 3. It's related to the appointments.
Yes. MP Raisa, you may proceed. Okay, wait.
MP Raisa.
Sir Speaker.
2 minute suspension, Mr. Speaker. The
Suspended
line of
for 2 minutes to allow MP Raisa to look into the last amendment. Hoy, hey.
Mr. Speaker, I am back. Sorry,
Session
I
resumed. Proceed, MP Raisa.
Thank you very much, Sir Speaker, especially to the Deputy Majority Floor Leader and the plenary.
Mr. Speaker, can we flash it back because we have one more small amendment, proposed amendment to the proposed amendment.
Pass it back.
Can we?
Can you read the Secretariat, read the provision?
Yan na, Mr. Speaker.
Can you see it, MP Raisa?
Yes, can we go to the one with on oath of moral governance?
Go to the oath.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, in line 8, on line 8, can we delete in Muslim Mindanao.
MP Metdog was recommending that in line 8 we remove Muslim Mindanao.
We accept, Mr. Speaker.
It is accepted, MP Raisa.
In the present form, Mr. Speaker, we accept.
It's accepted.
Thank you, Madam Majority Floor Leader.
Thank you. Thank you, MP Rasul.
Mr. Speaker, there's a third amendment. There's a third proposal.
Yung kanina.
Those were the three amendments of MP Rasul. Am I correct?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
I did not get to respond to the third one, Mr. Speaker.
That was the third one. The first two, you have already responded. Am I
Yes,
correct,
Mr. Speaker.
MP Rasul?
Yeah.
That was the last one?
That's the second one. The third one is about the appointments. Maybe we can bring it. That's the one, Mr. Speaker.
The appointments. The third one is on appointment. MP
So,
Raisa.
Mr. Speaker, we accept the proposal and we are proposing that it be incorporated as Section 1 of Chapter 1, Title 17.
Do you accede to that, MP Rasul?
We definitely accept, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, it is also accepted, the MP Rasul. So it's accepted. Your transposition of the provision to that particular article. MP Raisa. We proceed with MP
Thank you,
Attorney
thank
Paisalin Tago's amendment. MP Tago?
Mr. Speaker,
Yes?
thank you very much. In order to expedite the deliberation and the approval of the admin code, I withdraw my amendments, Mr. Speaker. I will yield to the other members of the Parliament who are willing to introduce amendments.
Thank you, MP Raisa. MP Tago has withdrawn his proposed amendment in view of the need to fast-track the approval of the Bangsamoro Administrative Code. So we can proceed to MP Amir Mawalil's amendments. Adipes ka na lang.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe my proposed amendments were submitted to the Secretariat.
Secretariat, please plus the amendments of MP Mawalil.
Mr. Speaker, may I know if the proponent already received and reviewed my proposed amendments, and what is her response to the amendments I submitted?
MP Raisa, we are now in the amendment submitted by MP Mawalil. So if you have some comments, the floor is yours.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, with respect to Section 1, Book 2, I'm sorry to say, Mr. Speaker, that we do not accept.
It is with respect to that provision, it is not accepted. MP Mawalil, will you yield that it can...
Before I make a response to the reaction of the good Deputy Majority Floor Leader, may I bring the attention for the benefit of those who are here and in online that my proposed amendment is pertaining to the Intergovernmental Relations Body. So my proposed amendment actually, and I read that the Chief Minister shall designate the representatives of the Bangsamoro government to the IGRB. Its membership shall be confirmed by the Parliament. So, in defense of my proposed amendment, that I believe that this reinforces the provision of the Bangsamoro Organic Law that the power of government rests on the hand of the Parliament. With that, Mr. Speaker, I would like to respect the response of the proponent, and I accept the fact that he rejected my proposed amendment.
Thank you, MP Mawalil. So, MP Raisa, you can proceed to the other amendments.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. We go to
Chapter.
amendment number 2. regarding the amendment number 2 is on renaming the Bangsamoro Information Office to the Bangsamoro Public Information Office. We do not accept, Mr. Speaker.
MP Mawalil, the proponent doesn't like to accept, cannot accept. Will you?
Mr. Speaker, before I officially give my response to the proponent, that in my defense, that having served 7 years in the defunct Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao as the Executive Director of the Bureau of Public Information, if you will going to read the section of this admin code, if you are going to look at the definition of information, it's actually a loose and broad term that does not define the mandate of the office. So since we are in government, I believe that there are only two appropriate terms that we can integrate in this section. It is the Public Information Office or the Communications Office. With that, Mr. Speaker, I respect the decision of the proponent and I accept the fact that she rejected my proposal.
Thank you, MP Mawalil. MP Raisa, you can proceed to the other amendment.
As to the third proposed amendment, Mr. Speaker, regarding amending section 34, I believe, of the same book, tama ba? And chapter regarding the Bangsamoro Information Office. Under paragraph B, we accept the proposal to have another section on new media and to take away or to delete news, media, and from letter A or paragraph A of capital letter B.
Secretariat, take note, the amendment is accepted. Thank you. Proceed, MP Raisa.
As to the the fourth proposal, Mr. Speaker, we do not accept the proposal to, is this correct? Regarding the
Salary grade.
Tama po ba? Wait lang. Sana. We do not accept, Mr. Speaker.
Section 34. Before I officially give my response.
Please, for the record, you can proceed. MP Mawalil.
For that, Mr. Speaker, again, I will cite my experience in the former Bureau of Public Information as the executive director, as the former executive director. I believe that the salary grade of the executive director, the rank of the executive director in the previous office is actually Director 3 with a corresponding salary grade of 27. So, may this be put in record, Mr. Speaker, that in the greater scheme of things that we are eyeing for a better structure, for a better institution, and I don't understand why we are reducing some of the most important institution offices in the Bangsamoro government. But with that, Mr. Speaker, I respect the decision of the Deputy Majority Floor Leader and I yield to his response that she rejected my proposed amendment. And thank you also for the acceptance on the news media section part. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, MP Mawalil. MP Raisa, you can proceed to the other. The next one would be MP Romeo Semon's amendment.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. Actually, yung proposed amendment lang doon sa struktura ng to instead of placement division, just to repatriation assistant division.
I think MP Raisa has the copy of that proposal. MP Raisa, will you comment to that?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, we accept.
MP
The
Romeo
proposal.
accepted. Secretariat amendment accepted.
Thank you.
Is that the only amendment you have, MP Simon? Now we can proceed with MP Alsad Satar's amendment. MP Satar, can you come forward so that MP Raisa can... MP Raisa, the floor is yours on the amendment of MP Alsad Satar.
Sorry, I was on mute. With respect with respect to the proposed amendment on section 14, Mr. Speaker, we do not accept the proposed amendment. There will be an education code that will be filed by the cabinet, and this will tackle the issue also of madaris and may cover the matter of the structure of MBHTE, including that part of the structure that will be in charge of madaris education. But at this point, Mr. Chair, we do not accept.
MP Satar, I think the response is that it can be incorporated in an education code with respect to your amendment. Will you accept that?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Ibig po sabihin, kaya hindi a-accept yan dahil ililipat doon sa education code.
Yeah. MP Raisa, there will be an education code.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, there's a proposed education code. I think it has been filed. And there are portions there referring to madaris education, including the structure of MBHTE. So we hope that the matter of the structure in charge of madaris education, particularly this regarding a supervisor for a division office and a coordinator for every district, that can be tackled when we take up the education code, Mr. Speaker.
MP Satar, will you accept
That is the case, Mr. Speaker. I yield to the suggestion
Thank you.
of the proponent. Other, number 2.
MP Raisa, rather amendment. Wala ba?
Wala. Wala? Ano lang?
Sorry, Mr. Speaker, Did anyone, was I on mute? Sorry.
Proceed, MP
Mr.
Raisa.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker, we are proposing we have a counter proposal, Mr. Speaker,
Proceed.
and if I can read it now,
Please, proceed. Proceed, read it.
it reads this way: the Bangsamoro Darul Ifta shall be composed of the Bangsamoro Mufti and 6 duly recognized ulama representing each of the provinces of Lanao del Sur, parentheses, including Marawi City, close parentheses, Maguindanao, parentheses, including Cotabato City, close parentheses, Sulu, Basilan, parentheses, including Lamitan City, close parentheses, Tawi-Tawi, comma, and one from the special geographic area composed of the barangays that joined the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region. The manner and selection of the provincial representatives shall be through a consultative process, parentheses, Mashwara, close parentheses. That's the counter.
MP Satar, will you accept that counter proposal?
Yes, I accept, Mr.
Thank you.
Speaker. Thank you.
With that, the pro-amendment submitted by MP Satar, which was with the counter submission of MP Raisa, is already accepted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. The next would be MP Baintan Adil Ampatuan.
Okay. Can we have it flashed, Mr. Speaker?
Secretariat, please flash the amendment submitted by MP Batuan.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Speaker,
Please proceed, MP Raisa Jadjuri, Minister Jadjuri.
with respect, thank you, Mr. Speaker, with respect to the proposals in relation to Section 25 on the technical management service, we accept the proposal.
The proposed amendment is accepted, Secretariat.
Thank you very
Yes,
much
thank
to the honorable proponent for accepting my first proposed amendment.
So that's for paragraphs A, E, and F. With respect to... Okay na po. With respect to the second proposal, in relation to the Bangsamoro Information and Communications Technology Office, we take note that the proposed amendments pertain to paragraph I of section 66, and we accept.
Accepted amendment on the...
Thank you very much,
Paragraph.
Mr. Speaker. Madam Proponent, may I clarify something?
Please proceed, MP.
You know, in my proposal,
That's right.
I rearranged the logical sequence of the functions of the BICTO. I only selected a few amendments in the administrative code, and I see that the need of the time right now is on the information and communications, as well as on health. So I pick up actually major two. And this one, I see to it that there should be a connectivity in the among the offices, ministries, and agencies of the Bangsamoro, and in relation to our constituent local government units.
Okay.
Yes, Mr.
I requested for the logical sequence of the functions. Is that accepted, Mr. Speaker?
MP Raisa Jadjuri, what's your... There is a
Mr.
sequencing.
Mr. Speaker, we were not very clear on the color coding, but
Yes.
we took note that changes in language are found in paragraphs I
And
and the
J.
next one,
And J.
and J. And we
Yes.
accept both.
Okay.
Yes.
But as to the other amendments, it was not very clear to us, Mr. Speaker.
Okay.
The other colors are about the logical sequence. You will see there that I put A, B, C up to the letter I. I took the liberty of writing everything except those obvious one, so that we will see that when we talk about planning, the three functions talks really about planning. The fourth function talks about policy making, and the others are about implementation already and monitoring and evaluation. So that's the logical sequence.
Okay, MP Raisa.
Mr. Speaker, yes, may we be clarified if there is a proposed
Please
change?
proceed. Please clarify.
It's a logical sequence, actually,
So
from
just-
planning
just
to
this-
monitoring and evaluation function.
It's just the sequence, but no change in the language.
No change in the language except letter I and letter J.
Sequencing only.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, we accept even the
Accepted.
change
Okay.
of
Thank
the
you
sequence.
very much, Mr. Speaker, to the honorable proponent for accepting my second proposed amendment.
Thank you.
As to Title 5, proposed Chapter 4, so this is a new
This is a
proposed
new chapter. New chapter in the Title 5, which is on health, because I see to it that the main problem of the country, the whole world right now is on the health services. So,
On this matter, Mr.
Okay, MP Raisa.
Sorry. Okay. On this matter, Mr. Speaker, we accept.
Accepted.
thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Actually, this is the core of my proposal because I want to see that the Bangsamoro, in every province, we should have one very functional hospital with complete and upgraded facilities as well as personnel. We have parliamentary district hospitals in each of the parliamentary district that we are going to establish later on. We see to it that we will have rural health centers in every municipality, and we see to it that we have barangay health station in every barangay of the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao. And thank you very much for
Thank
accepting
you,
it. This is a
MP
noble
Patuan. We join you there.
proposal.
The next would be
No.
MP Romeo Saliga. You still have?
Mr. Speaker, there's...
I still have one.
Okay. MP Raisa, proceed.
Yes, we accept, Mr. Speaker, the deletion of proposed project management offices.
Accepted.
Thank you very much. All of my four proposed amendments are carried out. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker and the proponent.
Thank you, MP Patuan. The next MP's amendment we considered, MP Romeo Saliga. MP Raisa, can proceed.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have some proposals for amendments, and I think it has already been submitted to the proponent.
Okay, we will allow MP Raisa to comment on all those amendments. Thank you. MP Raisa, the floor is yours.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, we take note of the proposals submitted by MP Saliga, and we, on the first proposal, which is on the definition of non-Moro indigenous peoples, which we had already amended earlier, we do not accept the proposal, Mr. Speaker.
MP Saliga, the proposed amendment, although it was already tackled in another amendment submitted by MP Maysara Latif.
Yes, before I yield to that, Mr. Speaker, may I just explain why is the significance of this proposal, Mr. Speaker? What I put there actually, Mr. Speaker, is to just add the phrase regardless of religion, because in non-Moro indigenous peoples, there are those who profess Islam, but still they accept being non-Moro indigenous peoples. And the last addition to that definition, Mr. Speaker, is to the inclusion of a statement. This refers, last statement to the definition, which speaks that this refers but not limited to the Teduray, Lambangian, Blaan, Dulangan Manubo, Eruman Manubo, and Higaunon. And I think this was already been stated even in the BOL.
So let that manifestation stand. What
Yes.
you yield already to the non-acceptance of that definition?
I accept that with a heavy heart for the record, Mr. Chairman, and I hope my constituent will understand the position of the proponent.
Thank you, MP Saliga, for that consideration. MP Raisa?
For the next, yes, Mr. Speaker, I think there's another proposal with respect to the functions. Am I correct? What is the next proposal?
I think before that, Mr. Chairman, there is a change in the term election to selection on page
okay.
45, section 4, referring to the election to change to selection as indigenous communities or non-Moro indigenous peoples select their leaders not by election but by just selection.
Change of the word MP Raisa from election to selection. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, while we understand the position of MP Saliga, this whole section 4 was taken from the Bangsamoro Organic Law.
Okay.
And the word is election. So our position is not to accept the proposal and wait for the election code, which should be able to clarify how the reserved seats for the non-Moro indigenous peoples will be given to the rightful representative.
With that manifestation, will you yield already, MP Saliga?
Yeah, with that statement, Mr. Chairman, I am hoping that it will be reflected in the Bangsamoro Electoral Code.
In the most appropriate time, you can raise that as an amendment to the election code if there is none.
And
So,
third to that, Mr. Chairman, before the last, as mentioned by our proponent, there is a proposal actually, because when I read the whole declaration of policies regarding the Ministry of Basic, Higher and Technical Education, there is a mention about on line 38 concerning the establishment of IP education. But when I go through all the structures and programs, I did not see anything about it. That's my proposal, to include an office or maybe a bureau within the MBHTE that will focus on IP education. As a matter of fact, this has been a lot of national issuances concerning the recognition of indigenous people's education has been in place,
let me
Mr.
cut you
Chairman.
there, even without MP Raisa, there would be an education code and you can look into that in the education code. And perhaps you can submit an amendment or proposals to the education code, if you may, MP Saliga.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, but I beg to disagree, because if we are speaking of this admin code as the basis for the structures and mandates of the different ministries, then exactly this should be included here, while it should also be stipulated in the education code that we will be passing soon.
But the education code can amend the administrative code or can even expound further on the administrative code. Those items that is not found in the administrative code will be found in a special law like the education code. So your proposal can still be captured in the education code, MP Saliga. So if I may, to fast track our proceeding, perhaps we can bring that matter to the education code when the education code is submitted to the parliament. Would you yield?
Last request, Mr. Chairman, if I can hear the statement of our proponent to this position.
Okay, MP Raisa, or your statement on that, on the education, on...
Yes, Mr. Speaker. From what I understand, Mr. Speaker, there is a Bureau on Indigenous Education under MBHTE.
Yes, that's what I am proposing, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
But my understanding is that there is already a bureau for that.
Then with that, I think it should be reflected here, Mr. Chairman. There is no harm in putting it here if it's already in the education code. It need to be
No,
correlated.
Mr. Speaker. I am talking about
The
the
education
administrative code itself.
There is
I am saying,
In the administrative code,
I am
did not see. Anyway, if there is, then I go through, I might have just mislooked it, Mr. Chairman. If there is, then I withdraw that, my
Thank you, MP
proposed
Saliga.
amendment on that aspect.
Thank you. Is that the last amendment, MP Raisa?
I believe, Mr.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman, sorry to interrupt the proponent. But if there is none, if there's no provision really, then I really move to have this included in the administrative code.
MP Raisa, your comment on that?
Can we just check, Mr. Speaker? Can somebody look at MBHTE and the different bureaus where we included the Bureau on Special Education
Saliga,
early on?
you can check it on the administrative code on MBHT. Accordingly, there is.
I did not find any actually, that's why I proposed these amendments, Mr. Chairman. I don't know if anybody of my colleague here have read on that.
Yes, can we just look
Okay.
before speaking?
So with that, Mr. Chairman, I express my appreciation for giving me the time to voice out my positions and propose amendments to this admin code, as I do believe the recognition of all ethnic groups, especially the non-more indigenous peoples, are key in achieving a good, moral, and inclusive Bangsamoro government. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, MP Saliga. The next is, of course, the amendment of MP Rahman A. Adjong.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is emanated from the yesterday's discussion exchanges that I had with the lady proponent pertaining to Section 4 under Book 1, Chapter 1 of the proposed admin code. And this is about the inland waters. Mr. Speaker, my proposed amendment is by replacement. Instead of Section 23, Article 13, which is lifted from the BOL, I would move, Mr. Speaker, that be replaced instead of the preceding section under the same law, Section 22, Article 13 of the BOL, for the following reasons, Mr. Speaker. Section 23, Article 13 of RA 11054 only pertains to the agriculture, fisheries, and aquatic resources, while this preceding section, Section 22, Article 13 of the said law, highlights, Mr. Speaker, and it underscores the powers or the rights of the Bangsamoro people to co-manage our inland waters, especially the ones that produce hydroelectric power or source of energy with the national government. And so, Mr. Speaker, I think it is more appropriate for us to cite Section 22 instead of 23 under Article 13 of RA 11054, Mr. Speaker.
MP Raisa, your comment on that?
Mr. Speaker, we accept the proposal.
Secretariat, it is accepted proposal of MD Adjong. Next.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to the lady proponent.
Is that the only amendment you have proposed, MP Adjong?
Mr. Speaker, I just observed, Mr. Speaker, that we can in fact also make reference of Section 23, Article 13 on the succeeding sections under this proposed admin code. Maybe perhaps in the second paragraph under Section 5, Bangsamoro Municipal and Regional Waters, if the proponent accepts
MP Raisa,
my second proposal.
will you accept? MP Raisa?
So, Mr. Speaker, to be clarified, so now it will read as provided for in sections 22 and 23.
That's correct.
Article,
That is
we
correct.
accept.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, MP Adjong. Thank you, MP Raisa. The next one, amendment is MP Susana Anayatin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Majority Leader. And good afternoon, everyone. The amendments we submitted pertains to the enhancement of powers and functions of the Office of Settler Communities to be created under the Administrative Code. Mr. Speaker, we submitted the proposed amendments and I am ready to listen to the comment of Deputy Majority Floor Leader, Attorney Raisa Jadjubi.
Thank you, MP Susana. MP Raisa, your comment on all those amendments.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Okay. We accept the proposal to include the first paragraph that was sent to us, meaning one of the functions of the Office of Settler Communities would be to act as the primary agency for coordination with settler communities and so forth. We accept that. In addition to the other paragraphs that appear in the section pertaining to the powers and functions of the Office of Settler Communities.
Okay, accepted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank all those MPs who helped me out craft this proposed amendments. Thank you very much.
Thank you, MP Susana.
Mr. Speaker, let me be clarified.
Yes.
I said we accept paragraph 1.
Yes, paragraph 1. Yes.
We accept paragraph 2.
MP Susana, accepted paragraph 2. Yes.
But we do not accept paragraph 3, Mr. Speaker.
Paragraph 3 is not accepted. So, MP Susana, will you yield to that after all?
I yield, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, MP Susana. Thank you, MP Raisa, for that. Then the next would be the amendment of Sultan Rimbang.
Thank you very much.
Sultan Rimbang, you are recognized. Have you submitted your amendment?
Yes po.
We will listen to MP Raisa as with respect to your amendments. MP Raisa, the floor is yours.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, looking at the proposed amendments, we are ready to make a counter proposal regarding Section 14 pertaining to the Bangsamoro Gazette. Our counter proposal will read this way. As to paragraph 1, ministries and all offices and agencies shall submit copies of their issuances and similar documents to the Bangsamoro Information Office for publication. And then another paragraph, we have a counter proposal as well. And it will now read this way. The Bangsamoro Information Office shall have all records. The counter proposal is now reads this way. Upon written request, the Bangsamoro Information Office shall translate the relevant documents in Arabic in coordination with the Bangsamoro Darul Ifta. That is the counter proposal.
It's already there, but it's the languaging that is being replaced by MP Raisa.
Okay, upon the request. So, ma'am, thank you very much. I accept.
Thank you, MP Sultan Rimbang.
Mr. Speaker,
Okay.
kung pwede kay ma'am Jujuri, proponent, mayroon mo akong pangalawang request o amendments. Pwede pa ba?
Which was not submitted to us, Mr.
Not
Speaker.
submitted. Baka later. We will see if we have the time because I still have two. Baka after i-submit mo muna sa secretariat, baka makabol pa yung last.
Okay, abot ito ma'am, abot di sultanate po. Kung pwede po natin may lagay.
Mr. Speaker, may we request that this be written down and submitted
Please
to us
submit it to
we
the
can...
secretariat, baka makabol ka pa yung last. I will call you back.
Okay, thank you very much po, Speaker, Ma'am Jodori. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank
The
you
next
very
one
much.
would
Assalamualaikum.
be the amendment of Deputy Speaker Hatim El Hassan, and the last one would be Omar Sema. Deputy Speaker Hassan. Deputy Speaker Hassan. Deputy Speaker Hassan, your amendment will be tackled before MP Raisa, you can proceed with the amendment of Deputy Speaker Hassan.
Okay, Mr. Speaker. Wait, let me just... Is it flash? No? Not yet. Some. Mr. Speaker, can it be flashed? Sorry.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. Lastly, amendment of Deputy Speaker Hatim El Hassan.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. On Section 3, Declaration of Principles and Policies. On letter I, the Bangsamoro government shall encourage the participation of non-governmental, community-based, and sectoral organizations in government affairs that promote the welfare of the region and its people. Just insert the word its people.
Okay. MP Jajuri, will you comment to that?
We accept, Mr. Speaker.
MP Hassan, the amendment is accepted. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Again, on Section 3, also on Declaration on Principle and Policies. On letter J, after the word accountability, comma, and participatory, insert the word participatory.
MP Jajuri, will you comment to that? Participatory insertion of the word.
Mr. Speaker, we will make a counter proposal to make the word participation rather than participatory.
Okay.
Because we are
Will you yield, MP
using
Deputy Speaker?
nouns.
The word will be not participatory but participation.
Yes, participation is accepted, Mr.
Okay,
Speaker.
thank you. Thank you, MP Hassan.
On Section 4 of definition of terms, on Bangsamoro Organic Law, refers to Republic Act 11054, also known as Organic Law of the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao, the purpose of which is to establish a political entity, provide for the basic structures of government in recognition of the justness and legitimacy of the cause of the Bangsamoro people instead of Filipino people, or Filipino Muslims.
MP Jajuri,
We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Because of Bangsamoro people and their aspirations instead of Muslim Filipinos,
Accepted.
Bangsamoro
It's already
people,
accepted.
and their
Bangsamoro people.
aspiration. Thank you,
Okay.
Mr. Speaker.
Accepted, MP.
Thank you.
Thank you.
On section 4, there also definition of term. We propose that government of the day refers to the cabinet headed by the chief minister and composed of other ministers appointed by him, majority of whom shall also be members of the parliament that exercises executive authority in the Bangsamoro government. The government of the day during the transition period is the Moro Islamic Liberation Front-led majority with the participation of the Moro National Liberation Front, period.
MP de Jure, any comment on that?
Mr. Speaker, yes, we accept the...
Accepted, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Is that the last one? Deputy Speaker?
Wait. Another amendment, Mr. Speaker, is on page 5, line 13, and another sentence, which is number 7 and number 6. Number 7, that is the territory of the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao. After the word Pikit Cotabato, then number 7, any province, city, municipalities, barangay, and geographic area who may opt to join the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao. Because in the future, that will be some processes that some province, cities, municipality, or barangay, or geographic area may join the Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao. So therefore, they'll be also considered as territory of the BARM.
MPJ Jury?
Mr. Speaker, we want to propose another language.
Please proceed.
For paragraph 7 to read as follows. Any province, city, municipality, barangay, or geographic area that may opt to join through legal processes, period.
Will you
Without
accept?
the upon agreement.
Will you yield to that legal processes, Deputy Speaker?
Okay, so it's acceptable.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr.
So, Deputy Speaker, still have...
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
And Mr. Speaker,
Please,
to the last paragraph, I'm not sure if that was already submitted by the Deputy Speaker. We do not accept, Mr. Speaker. There is mention of sub-regions already in the BON, and it is not the same. So we
Deputy
do not
Speaker,
accept.
the last amendment is not accepted because there is already a delineation of the region, sub-regions in the ball. That's the answer of MP Raisa. Will you yield?
Okay, that's all right, Mr. Speaker. Anyway, we will have time to amendment. If there will be already city or municipality or barangay that will join us, we can repeal and amend the admin code. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
And the last one would
And
MP.
excuse me, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
There is still some amendment that Section 3 on Book 2, Intergovernmental Relations. We should add letter F after letter E, that the member of the Council of Leaders includes the head of the Moro Islamic Liberation Front and the Moro National Liberation Front.
MP Raisa, will you comment on that? And the
Mr.
Council of
Speaker.
Leaders.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, we followed the language of the Bangsamoro Organic Law. So we will not accept the proposal,
It
Mr.
is not
Speaker.
accepted because it is not provided for in the organic law. MP, Deputy Speaker. That's the response.
Okay. So,
I hope you will yield so that we can proceed.
okay, Mr. Speaker. Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank
Now,
you.
Book 3, Title 2, Wali. The Wali shall serve as the ceremonial head of the Bangsamoro government of the autonomous region in Muslim Mindanao.
MP Raisa?
Yes, of the autonomous region in Muslim Mindanao.
Autonomous
Yes,
region in
Mr.
Muslim Mindanao.
We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Accepted, Deputy
Thank you,
Speaker.
Mr. Speaker. On Section 15, the Wali also be provided an official residence during his tenure with necessary supplies and equipment, deserving his stature as the ceremonial head of the Bangsamoro government of the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao.
MP Raisa?
We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Accepted. Deputy Speaker, it's accepted.
Thank you. Meron pa.
So,
On Title 4,
Title 4.
Chapter 1, Executive Officer. Section 13, the Bangsamoro Cabinet, without prejudice in the authority of the Bangsamoro government to reorganize the Cabinet and create new offices. The Bangsamoro Cabinet shall be composed of the following primary ministries. Primary, add the word primary ministries. It's in the BOL, Mr. Speaker. The 15 ministries, they are primary ministry.
Raisa?
I do not see the proposed amendments on the screen, Mr. Speaker.
Primary, the word
Section-
primary is just inserted.
The word primary is inserted on the ministries. 15 primary ministries. Accordingly, to be consistent with Article
Okay.
Section 5.
Mhm.
Will you
We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Raisa?
We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Accepted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On Section 2, also the same title, Executive Orders. Acts of the Chief Minister providing for the rules of a general or permanent character in the implementation of execution of powers vested by the Constitution and the Bangsamoro Organic Law. We add the word Constitution and the Bangsamoro Organic Law.
MP Raisa?
I do not see it on...
You have no copy of that?
I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, we did not get this written submission early on.
The word, he wants to insert the word Constitution. Am I correct?
Add the word Constitution and the Bangsamoro Organic Law.
And the Bangsamoro
We
Organic Law.
accept, Mr. Speaker.
Accepted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
So,
another on Section 2 on Title 5, Bangsamoro Justice System. On number 4, the Bangsamoro Management and Support System embraces the following: the technical management services, administrative management services, Finance Management Service, Intelligence and Security Service, the Procurement Service, the Clinic, the Bangsamoro Satellite Coordinating Offices, the Bangsamoro Liaison Office in Metro Manila, and the Bangsamoro Library Archive. Delete the word ND and add, because in the creations of the National Commission of Muslim Filipinos, that law, I forgot the Republic Act number, but that law calls for the appointment of Hajj attaché at the Philippine Embassy in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia.
So what's the proposed amendment?
The proposal, Mr. Speaker, is that to include under that power of the Bangsamoro support, the Bangsamoro management system to enhance the power of the Chief Minister over the conduct of the Hajj from the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region is the appointment of a Hajj attaché at the Philippine Embassy in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia.
MP Raisa? Okay.
Mr. Speaker, I'm afraid we are not able to do that, and therefore we will not accept the proposal.
It is not accepted, MP, because appointment of attaché is really not within the power granted to us. Although it was a special law. I think the only appointment of a Hajj attaché was the appointment of Mucha, funded out of the fund of the Congressman Dimaporo at that time when the NCF was organized.
Yes, I remember.
But the power to appoint attaché is still a power within the national government. So we cannot include that. So that's the reason.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
Thank you. Accepted. And number 4, Office of the Senior Minister. The Office of the Senior Minister shall consist of the Senior Minister, who shall be assisted by one Assistant Senior Minister and support staff. Now, my addition, Mr. Speaker, but although this is not yet very, you have to rearrange the wording of the sentence, but my suggestion is that one of the deputy ministers, because we have 2 deputy ministers, may be appointed as senior minister.
MP Raisa, your comment, because they said the deputy minister be appointed as senior,
as one
of the senior ministers.
Mr. Speaker, we do not accept.
It is not accepted, MP.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Then, on number 19, the deputy chief ministers shall each have 5 support staff and other employees, because these 5 staff may not be enough to support their activities, Mr. Speaker. So it depends on the need basis of the office of the deputy speaker, in which he may be given additional staff and employees under his office, Mr. Speaker.
MP Raisa, this pertains to the staff of the deputy speaker. What's your comment on that?
We do not accept, Mr. Speaker.
Not accepted. Perhaps we can discuss that with the speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on Bangsamoro Pilgrimage Authority,
please proceed.
Which the Chief Minister, their appointments shall be coterminous with the appointing authority. It shall be composed of the following division: Pilgrimage Operation Division, Endowment Administration, Administration and Finance Division, and such other divisions as may be created by the office with the concurrent of the Chief Minister. Before letter D, Mr. Speaker, is that appointment of Hajj Attaché.
May we reiterate that it was not, as far as the appointment of attaché is not accepted as a reason out on the ground that the power to appoint attaché is still a power vested in the national government. So I hope, unless Raisa has a different comment on that. Thank you. MP Raisa?
No, Mr. Speaker, we have the same position. We do not accept.
Not accepted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And that is the typographical error on Chapter 4, Bangsamoro Commission of the Preservation of Cultural Heritage, Section 50, composition. Instead of commissions, it should be commissioners. Commissioners.
MP Raisa? Instead of commission, commissioners?
We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Accepted, MP, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On page 195, line 16, section 3, publication, paragraph 2. In view of the lack of connectivity of our people, especially those in the island provinces and municipalities, publication not only through the job portal of any vacant position in the government of Bangsamoro, on the Bangsamoro government, this may be also the same shall likewise be posted in at least 3 conspicuous places within the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region, which include the posting in the provincial, municipal, and barangay buildings. Ipopost natin na hinted lang ano lang natin sa job portal. Dahil yung mga sa labas walang internet connections, hindi nila alam kung may bakante ba o wala sa Bangsamoro government.
Thank
So
you.
kailangan i-post natin sa bulletin board, sa Capitol Building ng province, sa City Hall ng city, sa Municipal Hall ng municipal, o kaya sa huwag na yung barangay, doon lang hanggang municipal na lang.
Thank you, MP, Deputy Speaker. MP Raisa, this is in addition to the portal is recommending for a publication for positions in the province, municipality, municipal hall, and city halls.
Yes,
of
and
the Bangbar.
City Hall, Municipal Hall.
Okay, your comment?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, may I be clarified because it talks about 3 conspicuous places.
Yes.
But if we include all the provinces, that's already more than 3. If we include all the municipalities, that will be around 119 so places. So
yes,
I
that's
am
the
not
comment.
sure what is the intent.
What is the intent? If it is only 3 conspicuous places, then we can only select 3. So your recommendation is to be more than 3 because if you include provinces, there are already 5 provinces. MP, Deputy Speaker, that's the point of clarification sought by...
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Because this is the fact that in order to have the people who may want to join us in the Bangsamoro government would have the knowledge that there is that position vacant in the government so that they can apply. The application can be done through job portal, but information to spread this all over the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region.
We understand, but in the recruitment process, it might be conversion because it might be used as basis for a failure to publish. If we fail to publish in all provinces, cities, that is why the requirement of the law is only limited so that it cannot also be used to harass the employment offices. Because if you put that as a requirement, people can go to court in question that it is not published. Especially if you put many requirements. That is the intent of the law, even in biddings. You limit publication so that it will not be used to delay the appointment by people, scrupulous people who doesn't like us to proceed. So you have to limit publication. So I think from the view of the chair, it might be very difficult to comply with that. After all, as members of the parliament, we can inform our constituents of the recruitment process as well. But do not put in the law a requirement that is too excessive that can be used to stop the recruitment process. In the Bidding Act and in other law, it is limited. Even applicability, the effectivity of the law is only published in newspaper of general circulation, but not in all provinces. Because if you make that as a requirement, it will become very tedious and very difficult to comply. So that is, I think, MP Raisa,
Yes,
can you
Mr.
comment? But that is my view from my perspective.
Yes,
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Speaker. It will be too cumbersome to post it in all the 119 municipalities plus the 5 provinces. So we do not accept, Mr.
Not
Speaker.
accepted. MP. We thank you because we understand the merit of the proposal, but I think it would be very cumbersome for all of us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Attorney Raisa, for accepting some, if not all, of our proposals. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I think the last one to amendment would be MP Omar Sema. You are recognized. MP Raisa, have you received
Majority
the...
Floor Leader. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, before I proceed with my proposed amendments, I would like to make 2 manifestations. No, 1 manifestation and 1 clarification later. The first is we would like to thank the Chair of the Committee on Rules and the panel chair for accepting our proposed amendments as to the definition of the government of the day. We thank you very much, especially that this provision is very important to the Moro National Liberation Front, and this is in memoriam of the late Chair Yusuf Jikiri. Thank you. As clarification, Madam Chair, you said a while ago that the Office of the Bureau of Cultural Heritage is an independent office. It is not an attached office to the Office of the Chief Minister.
That is what I was told, Mr. Speaker, but we can check
Maybe I think we should be
to clarify
clarified on
that.
this
We can
because
go back to that concern.
some people have been approaching us that they want this to have this office to have fiscal autonomy similar to the office of the Bangsamoro Youth Commission and the Bangsamoro Sports Commission. This is a very important commission because it deals with the preservation of our culture and heritage. Thank you, Madam Chair. Now, with respect to the proposed amendments, these are mere very nominal, very little normal, very minimal proposed amendments.
Mr. Speaker.
Yeah.
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Are we now allowing members of parliament who already have their period of amendments for a second round?
No, this
is not second round.
This is the last because he has submitted.
Yeah.
One, and he will be that would be.
These
the
are
last.
these are mere clerical amendments for
It is
consistency.
still an amendment, Mr. Speaker. So I would just like to remind the body that we are still in the period of amendments.
Yes.
And if we allow an MP who previously had their time, so we might also allow other
This is
MPs
newly
to-
discovered clerical errors
No,
in the draft.
let me clarify. I admit that he was the first MP to be recognized. But in the submission, there was one item in his submission which was
Yeah.
not
I have submitted
deliberated upon. And this will be the last one. Of course, I received a text from the Zoom, from MP Jam, because he has submitted, but his name was not included in the list. So this will be the last, and finally, Jam, then we will close the period of
Yeah. Mr.
amendment. This will be the last one question.
Mr. Speaker, may I be allowed? Because I observed previously that some members of parliament were the time of their intervention were limited because we're saying that we're having
Yes,
little time.
You are right,
So,
you're right.
let us be, I think all MPs here have equal rights and privileges to avail of the period of amendment.
I agree, that
So
is why.
if I will invoke that I have also a concern, since I already have my time, I think the least that you can do is to also allow me, because we allow
No,
previously.
the difference is this morning we asked them to submit, and there was one item, I think, which was not discussed.
Actually, Mr. Speaker, I have 4 items for amendment because it was newly discovered in the draft. I am withdrawing my 4th because it was already agreed upon by the chair of the panel, MP Raisa Jajuri.
Nonetheless,
Mr. Speaker, it was not noted earlier. So, the understanding, Mr. Speaker, that if you are given the time, you exhaust that time, that slot that you're given to ask, to make your intervention, to recommend, to suggest, to make an amendment.
No.
So I am just clarifying these things.
Yeah,
because this
the
could set a
clarification
procedure.
is this. This will be the last, as I mentioned earlier, in the order. Although, with all due respect, there was a message from Jam because he was not able to catch the Zoom earlier, and he has submitted.
Mr. Speaker.
So, we will ask Raisa to comment on his.
I do not have an objection for those who have not yet made their intervention. I have just an observation on the, but I will not anymore because we are running out of time, as we have said earlier.
We will
But
complete
I
this
will
immediately.
just have to be clarified on this. Thank
No,
you.
the order is, this will be Omar's last question, and it will be answered by Raisa, then we will proceed. Omar Sema, proceed with your question, and
This is not a question anymore, Mr.
Amendment.
Speaker.
Amendment.
These are mere clerical errors that needed to be corrected in the draft. Mr. Speaker, in Section 61 of the Cooperative Social Enterprise Authority, line 8 to 12, Mr. Speaker, the Cooperatives and Social Enterprise Authority shall be headed by Executive Director 2, to be assisted by 3 division chiefs with support staff. It shall be composed of the following. The proposed amendment, Mr. Speaker, is the Cooperatives and Social Enterprise shall be headed by an Executive Director with the rank of Director 2.
MP Raisa, will you comment on that? Then we will close the period of...
I still have 3, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Speaker, we accept.
Accepted. So, Omar, is your...
The next proposed, the next correction, Mr. Speaker, in Section 23 of the Bangsamoro Economic Zone Authority or BEZA Board, line 8-7 in page 149, there is hereby created a body corporate to be known as the BEZA. It shall be attached to the Ministry of Trade and Investment. The board shall have an executive director too, who shall be appointed by the chief minister to serve for a term of 4 years unless sooner removed for cause, with provision for reappointment. Our proposal, the proposed amendment, Mr. Chair, is the board shall have an executive director with the rank of director 2.
Emperaisa,
Yes, Mr. Speaker, we accept.
accepted.
In section 24 of the same office, functions and powers of the BESA board, the board shall be exclusively a policy-making body and shall not interfere the day-to-day administrative operation of the BESA or in the formulation and enforcement of regulations implementing its policies, which operations and regulations are the primary responsibility of the executive director too. The amendment, Mr. Chair, is instead of executive director 2, the word executive director shall be proposed.
MP Raisa,
We accept,
in line,
Mr. Speaker.
line 47.
accepted.
Yes.
In section 25, line 14 and 16, the BESA board shall have the following powers and functions as exercised through its agents and the executive director 2. The correction here is the word executive director 2 shall be corrected to executive director.
MP Raisa,
Yes. Am I heard? Yes, Mr. Speaker, we accept.
accepted. So that's all.
In section 27, 151, page 151, line 25 to 30, powers and functions of the executive director. The executive director 2 shall be the overall coordinator of the policies, plans, and programs of the eco zones. The correction proposed here is the executive director instead of executive director 2.
MP Raisa,
That is all, Mr.
we
Speaker.
We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I was supposed to close the move for the closure of the period of amendment, but I believe MP Sankey has very important amendments that he would want to introduce. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Majority Floor Leader. Thank you, Attorney Raisa Jajuri.
Mr. Speaker,
thank you.
Mr. Speaker, point of order. I manifested that
MP
I'll be given
Lisanki, please proceed.
This pertains to a very important issue, particularly Chapter 3, attached agencies and offices of the Administrative Code, particularly Paragraph E, the Bangsamoro Pilgrimage Authority. Since yesterday, in the BTA chat group, I manifested that I should be allowed to submit my proposed.
Please speak to the mic so that it can be recorded.
Okay. This pertains to the Bangsamoro Pilgrimage Authority, particularly Section 45, functions, and as enumerated here, particularly paragraph 27 up to 41 should be deleted and be replaced by the following proposal. Just to have a reference, Mr. Speaker, it mentioned here that pursuant to the above collections shall be limited to mutawiti and passporting and or processing fees only. Collected fees shall be deposited in a special trust fund which shall be established in the authority. The expenses from which shall be subject to existing rules and regulations. And this was followed by this paragraph. The pilgrim shall be accorded free choice of travel agencies and airlines or other means of transportation to and from the site of pilgrimage, provided that pilgrims comply with the prescribed travel and departure schedule fixed by the Ministry of Hajj or the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Provided further that all pilgrims shall be legitimate holders
of round-trip tickets to and from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, provided furthermore that the pilgrim shall be free to choose on where to purchase or acquire other logistic materials and supplies to the pilgrimage. Then under paragraph 40 to 41, it made mention that in no instant shall the pilgrims be forced to purchase such logistic materials and supplies from the authority or its authorized agenda or representatives. Mr. Speaker, as former head of the Office on Muslim Affairs, I actually objected to these provisions that were lifted from the law that created the National Commission of Muslim Filipinos on account of the fact that, if you will recall, about 2 years ago, there was that biggest Hajj fiasco involving pilgrims from neighboring countries passing on as Filipino. It is because of these defective provisions of the pilgrimage authority that was taken and included in this draft Bangsamoro Pilgrimage Authority. It pointed out here, Mr. Speaker, that there will be free choice of site. I oppose this. Free choice of site, this resorted to human trafficking because anybody can just go to a site and without considering the background of the site, they can make foolishness. In fact, during my time, I have banned 15 sites. I made them wanted in Saudi Arabia because of nefarious activities. Another thing here is that yung sabi nila, free choice of travel agency. If there's free choice of travel agency, there will be no regulation, there will be no control. Again, this will result to chaos. And furthermore, nasabi pa dito, free choice of aircraft carrier. This should not happen, Mr. Speaker, on account of the fact that during Hajj season, no less than the Ministry of Saudi Arabia, Ministry of Hajj, said that during Hajj season, it's harvest season of the Saudi airline. And that I have met the ambassador of Saudi Arabia in the Philippines, including the country managers of Saudi Arabia, and they manifested that during Hajj season, there's what we call ukuf. Ukuf is very important in the Hajj program. That's 4 days before the Hajj, no other aircraft is allowed to land in Saudi Arabia except Saudi Airlines. So if we're going to allow free choice of aircraft and these nefarious activities of site, they can get any aircraft and that will be a problem. In fact, when I was in Saudi Arabia, the Ministry of Hajj complained because actually every Hajj season, 6 months after the Hajj, the Saudi Ministry of Hajj invited all countries throughout the world to evaluate the previous Hajj operation and look into the problem and the solutions to the problem. And in the Philippines, this is the biggest problem. Alam na natin na may problema, yung free choice of aircraft, pinapabayaan pa rin natin.
So, I cut you there. MP Sankey, are you proposing an amendment to that?
Yes.
What's your proposed amendment to that?
Amendment is that I have already submitted this to the Secretariat, but for purposes of discussion, I would like to mention here.
MP Sankey, with all due respect, if you have submitted, we will just ask MP Raisa to comment whether to accept or not, then we can proceed already with the, we don't have the material time, this is special session.
If
MP,
Mr. Speaker, I will just read in a paragraph because may lang naman ito eh.
Okay, give the last portion of the amendment.
Proposed amendments 1. Unless all its passenger seats allotted by the pilgrims from the Philippines are purely taken, the official airline for pilgrimage to Saudi Arabia shall be Saudi Airline. In such case, pilgrims shall be allowed to take other airlines with clearance from the Bangsamoro Pilgrimage Authority, provided that they will comply with the prescribed arrival and departure schedule fixed by the Ministry of Hajj of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Provided further that all pilgrims shall be legitimate holders of round-trip tickets to and from Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, provided furthermore that the number of allowable personal baggage for each pilgrim is limited to a maximum of 3 bags only with Philippine flags insignia. The size of the bag shall be based on the guidelines prescribed by the Ministry of Hajj of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. The measure is to prevent some Hajj sites from taking extra number of bags beyond the limit prescribed by the Ministry of Hajj of Saudi Arabia to the prejudice of the bona fide pilgrims, or such overloading is intended for purposes other than pilgrimage to Mecca. it will be recorded, Mr. Speaker, that many of the site have business interests. That's why they do not like that a bag will be provided as prescribed by the Ministry of Health. They want to have their own kind of bag, and do not like even to have a prescribed Philippine flag in their baggages. And this happened because of some nefarious activities of site, particularly those sites that are involved in business in Green Hills. You see, you can just imagine. They bring in goods, baggage of 30 to 50 bags, to the prejudice of the bona fide pilgrims. And if we allow this free choice of site, free choice of aircraft, free choice of travel agency, it will happen again. So this is the reason, Mr. Speaker, that as reflected here in the proposed Bangsamoro Administrative Code, I hope that item paragraph 27 and paragraph 41 will be deleted and replaced by my proposal as mentioned here. To continue, Mr. Speaker, pasensya na kayo, medyo mabilis ito eh. Furthermore, preference for using Saudi Airlines as official
Mr.
airline.
Speaker,
Yes.
may I be allowed?
May I just...
I will,
May I be allowed?
okay, MP Sanki,
Continue, no?
what's your,
Before you ask brother...
your point of order or?
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. Because,
MP Sanki.
firstly,
What's the point of order?
Let me finish first.
the amendment,
I was allowed earlier by the speaker to read
Mr.
some of my
Speaker,
proposal.
I will
And I think
point
I
of
have to
order
finish
with
this.
give preference. What's your point of order?
2-minute suspension, Mr. Speaker.
2 minutes suspension.
pag may point of order, I priority, yun ang pinaka-priority.
I think I only have here 4 paragraphs, short paragraph. Then probably I can entertain any clarification from the honorable gentleman.
Basahin niyo lang daw, basahin niyo lang.
Yun sa uma noon. Ganun pa kasi ito eh.
Pwede natin yan sa Philippines Authority. Sa kaya
Hoy, Day!
Sanki to finish because we will be learning more from him and his manifestation will be put on record. Sanki, please continue.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. To continue my proposed amendment on the issue of free choice of travel agency, there shall be guidelines to be issued by the Bangsamoro Pilgrimage Authority governing accreditation of travel agencies Only those travel agencies that are duly accredited by the Bangsamoro Pilgrims Authority are authorized to undertake the processing of travel documents of Bangsamoro pilgrims. Equitable, reasonable, and uniform collection of fees shall be prescribed by the Bangsamoro Pilgrimage Authority. Next, propose additional provisions on qualification of site. The Bangsamoro Pilgrimage Authority shall prescribe guidelines and policies pertaining to the issuance of accreditation of sites. It shall include endorsement from the provincial governor as requirement for accreditation of site. Only those sites who have fully complied with all necessary requirements for accreditation shall be included in the list of authorized sites in a HUD session. Others proposal. The Bangsamoro Pilgrimage Authority to look forward to organizing a Tabung HUD system similar to the Tabung HUD of Malaysia. Thank you very much, proponent, Member of Parliament Ali Sangke.
Thank you, and I think we'll learn more elucidation from the manifestation and the proposed amendment, but that can be taken in by a specialized group. So we will proceed with, I think we have all exhausted. I was texting MP Jam, and I think, I really don't know if he's already in the Zoom, but there was no response, so we can proceed with the termination of the period of amendment.
Just was last manifestation, Mr. Speaker, MP Romeo Saliga.
MP Saliga?
Mr. Speaker,
Correction lang.
I am also included. Mr. Speaker, I am also included.
A majority leader?
Yes.
MP Saliga?
Romeo Saliga is just a manifestation, Mr. Speaker.
MP Saliga is recognized.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I think this unfinished manifestation. Earlier ago, I was instructed to check if there is bureau, and I stand to be corrected. I also apologize, Sir Minister Iqbal, because I find it a provisions that recognize the establishment of a Bureau for Indigenous People's Education. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, MP Saliga, majority leader.
Yes. There are two proposed amendments that I need to check with the proponent, Mr. Chairman. That's concerning... This has been included in the submission.
Yes, what is the...
This has been included in the submission, Mr. Chairman. Unfortunately, it was cut down when I look at the provisions of the admin code. There is two proposed amendments concerning the title to include, I think it has already been submitted to the chairman, to the proponent, and the other one is concerning some proposed amendments on the functions of MIPA. May I hear from the proponent what is the response, because it has already been submitted?
I think he responded already to all to your amendments.
I did not hear on the functions, Mr.
With
Chairman.
respect to that proposal, Mr. Speaker, I will respond it on behalf of MP Deputy Majority Leader. With respect to the powers and functions of MIPA, there is a proposed law, and in fact, it is already filed in the Parliament. And in fact, Mr. Speaker, it is a priority law, which is the Indigenous Peoples Law. So, any matters related to the Indigenous Peoples, we will tackle that, Mr. Speaker, on the priority legislation, the Indigenous, more Indigenous Peoples Law.
Thank you, MP Saliga. That's the response, so we can...
Anyway, with that statement, Mr. Chairman, and I hope we will include that in the Indigenous people, or that will be...
Majority leaders.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, being no other...
Mr. Speaker, may I be recognized? Mr. Speaker, may I be recognized? MP
Yes,
Ramos
we can recognize it.
MP Jam is already in the Zoom. So, MP Raisa, can you tackle the amendment submitted by MP Jam? So that we can MP Raisa.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
He has
I am
submitted
listening.
accordingly an amendment. So you were not able to comment on her amendment. So can you comment on the amendment of MP Jam? Ramos.
This is pertaining to Section 59, Chapter 4, Title 16. May I be clarified if that is the proposed That's the section being amended.
MP Jam, is that your...
Yes. Mr. Speaker, I have 5 proposed amendments that I submitted to the section and also to the Deputy Majority Floor Leader.
So it's
On
clarified.
the 5 different sections. Yes.
Okay, Mr.
May
Speaker.
I refer to the one that I submitted in the email because I prepared a table there also.
MP Raisa, did you receive the copy of the amendments?
I have 2, Mr. Speaker. Sige, we can tackle that.
Okay,
The
please.
one that with respect
I
to...
think I sent.
MP Raisa, please proceed with the amendments.
Let me be clarified, Mr. Speaker. Is this the document that MP Ramos is referring to, the one that's being flashed?
MP Ramos, can you comment whether that's the submission you gave to MP Raisa?
Can you share it in the screen?
It's
Because
on the
I cannot
screen.
see it from my Zoom.
It's on the screen of Zoom.
It's on the screen.
I cannot view it, but anyway, Mr. Speaker, I believe I sent 2 emails. One email
We will comment, Mr.
cited
Speaker.
5 provisions.
I think MP Raisa is ready
Thank
to
you.
comment if that is the amendments you submitted.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Please.
So the first proposed amendment is on the use of the word S/HE. We do not accept, Mr.
Not
Speaker.
accepted. Will you yield already to that MP Ramos?
Yeah, just to explain, Mr. Speaker,
With all due
that
respect,
we
MP
observe the
Ramos,
use of
we lack material time, so we can proceed with the comment of Raisa. The explanation, I think, could be understood, but it will be submitted for purposes of record. So, Raisa, can you proceed for lack of material time?
With respect to the proposed amendments to Section 8, Chapter 4, Article 1, Book 4, we do not accept, Mr. Speaker.
So, well, next, is there other amendments?
Mr. Speaker,
MP Ramos?
yes, Mr. Speaker, I'm supposed to cite my basis for those 2 provisions that were not considered because the correct form that is being used by the Supreme Court for the use of S/he, S should be spelled out as she in the same way that it was spelled out in he. So why are we... My proposed amendment is that we spell out in full so that it will be in full recognition of women's status in the admin code. It is just only a 2-letter, Mr. Speaker. The she should be spelled out as she, not as S.
MP Raisa, this is about women's gender
Yes,
issues.
Mr. Speaker. I don't think there is there's just one way of highlighting the presence of women. In fact, the word that we are using now, at first glance, you would see clearly the word she.
So yes, I think MP Ramos, with all due respect, I think this is a special session and we are required to finish this. And
okay.
If that is only a matter of style.
Mr. Speaker, in that case, I yield to that. May I proceed to my
Thank you.
the second proposed amendment
Yes.
that was not considered? It appears that the original provision is incomplete since it only involves designation, and to make it more encompassing and detailed, it should involve disciplinary action and personal movement. This is with regards to Section 8, Chapter 4, Article 1, Book 4, line 16, page 31.
MP
Mr.
Raisa,
Speaker.
Yes, we do not accept, Mr. Speaker.
not accepted. So I hope. Not accepted, MP
Okay,
Ramos.
I yield to that, Mr. Speaker. Okay. Can we proceed to the third proposed amendment on the comment of our good Deputy Majority Floor Leader
Please proceed.
on Section 10, Chapter 5? Yeah, may I know the status of this proposed amendment? This is on power of eminent domain.
We do not accept, Mr. Speaker.
Not accepted.
Okay, because our proposal goes like this: instrumentalities. Because
MP Ramos, so
sorry, Mr. Speaker. Under the law, the power of eminent domain may be exercised not only by the government but also public service or public utility companies. Granting our instrumentalities and BOCC this power will further empower them to effectively perform their mandate.
MP Liza, comment.
Yes, we understand that, Mr. Speaker, and that may be placed or included in the charter of these government corporations.
Okay, thank
so
you.
So we need not...
It will be included in the charter of the government corporation to be organized.
Yes. In that case, Mr. Speaker, we are looking forward to it. I yield, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. If there are no other, MP Raisa.
We proceed to Section 12, Chapter 4, Book 4.
Mr. Speaker.
We propose for the rewording of to put the word Bangsamoro owned or controlled corporations.
We do not accept, Mr. Speaker.
Not accepted.
Yeah, just to give my side, Mr. Speaker, because we propose this because
MP Ramos, with all due respect, we will put your explanation so that we can just incorporate that to the records for lack of material time.
Okay. We proceed to the next, Mr. Speaker.
This is Section 45, Chapter 3, Title 16. This refers to what commission?
This is access to funds, the budget allocated for the commission. The reason for this, Mr. Speaker, this is for the Bangsamoro Sports Commission and for the Bangsamoro Cultural Heritage, Commission on Cultural Heritage.
As to the Sports Commission, we already accepted that.
Okay. Now for the yes, thank you. For the Commission for Preservation of Cultural Heritage, Mr. Speaker, we also want this provision to be included.
Yes, but it's not Section 45.
No, it's page 178, line 17, Section 58, Mr. Speaker.
Section 58. I think I have to correct myself. The said commission is attached to the office of the Chief Minister, and we accept the amendment.
Accepted. Amendment accepted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think I am the last person to provide my amendment. Mr. Speaker, may I then move for the closure or the termination of the period of amendment so that we can proceed with the approval of the enhanced admin code.
Thank you.
Thank you
Being the
very
last
much.
one to amend, there is a motion. It is duly seconded. Do I hear any objection? Hearing none, the same is the period of amendment is terminated and closed.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, so therefore,
Majority Leader.
I move for the approval of the Cabinet Bill number 60 on second reading by Viva Voce, Mr. Speaker.
There is a motion from the Majority Leader to vote on second reading the Administrative Code by Viva Voce. May I direct the Secretary General to officiate the voting by Viva Voce.
Yes.
Those who are in favor of the approval on second reading of the Administrative Code, Since it is Beba Boche, please raise.
Ay! Viva Boche! Ay!
Secretary General, you determine.
Mr. Speaker, the Viva Boche be done by...
Viva Voce.
Aye, Mr. Speaker.
So I think from you just count the number here. There is no here.
I love you. Aye.
You count those in the Zoom. I think the ayes have it. So administrative code is voted affirmatively on second reading, and it is approved on second reading.
Yes.
We direct the members of the parliament who are physically present to come forward for a pictorial, and we direct the Secretary General.
Mr. Speaker, approval muna ng third reading. Third reading muna.
Objection. Prepare pa ng amendment.
Hindi. Kaya nga, Mr. Speaker, we will require the majority floor leader if the bill is certified, is certified as urgent by the government of the day, then we can waive the 3 days period to approve the bill on third reading. If it is certified, then we can proceed with the approval on third.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I confirm and affirm that Cabinet Bill, this is the reason why it's called Cabinet Bill. Cabinet Bill number 60 has been certified as urgent bill by the Chief Minister last July 22, 2020, Mr. Speaker, as received by the Office of the Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, we can proceed with the third and final reading for the approval of the mission bill.
I second the motion.
Yeah, we will vote on third reading with the condition that the Secretariat will provide each and every member the incorporated amendments to the administrative code. So what's the point of order? MP Baintan is recognized.
But we just need to have just a copy of the final version.
Yes. The Secretary General is directed to provide all members the copy of the final version incorporating all the accepted amendments.
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Speaker.
But not today, of course.
Parliamentary.
After the voting.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker. I think if we all agree here that we will only direct the Secretariat to produce the approved amendments, I think that would be sufficient for us if we agree in the plenary so that we can fast track the approval of this Bangsamoro Administrative Code.
MP Omar, the manifestation of Baintan was to assure that after our vote on third reading, if I read you correctly, the Secretariat will provide each and every.
After the voting?
Yes.
If that is the case, I will not oppose, Mr. Speaker.
Am I right?
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Mr.
Speaker, we have been in this, we have been down this road before, Mr. Speaker. And nagawa na natin to.
It's already
on the second,
already
after the
certified
second,
urgent
the passage of the second reading, we have to provide kahit man lang isang copy that the amendments that were previously accepted, that were previously integrated, were already reflected in the copy. Printing lang naman.
Mr. Speaker, I will not oppose that if he will only ask for one copy. For one copy, we will agree, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker.
Wait, Majority Leader. Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I already talked with this matter with
Mr. Speaker.
Baintan yesterday that if we can provide at least one copy, we can approve it. Yes, we can approve it today, Mr. Speaker. A clean copy of at least one.
Mr. Speaker.
Our objective here is to ensure that the Secretariat captured all our
Madam Majority Floor Leader.
let me clarify your point. You are asking for just a copy of all the amendments.
No, the entire document,
Mr. Speaker.
It just takes mga 10 minutes yan na printing.
Session suspended for 5 minutes.
May tansaya. Brothers. Maray ba? Di ko din ang
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Majority Floor Leader, my distinguished colleagues, and the Barm Government and the Bangsamoro Transitional Authority, and of course, Parliament, friends, partners, ladies and gentlemen. Again, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
It is my honor and privilege to present before this August Hall of the Bangsamoro Parliament the official draft of the Bangsamoro Education Code, or simply BEC, endorsed by the Barm government and the government of the day. This code is also one of the 6 critical legislation stipulated in the Bangsamoro Organic Law, Republic Act 11054. While we are presenting this legislation for the consideration and approval of my esteemed colleagues in Parliament, I want to emphasize that this document is more than just a product of the legislative process. Similar to how the Bangsamoro Organic Law meant to our enduring aspiration for meaningful self-governance, the Education Code is the embodiment of our collective vision for an inclusive, relevant, effective, and transparent educational system in this region. This code highlights our noteworthy advocacy: no Bangsamoro child shall be left behind. I often say that education is paramount for the Bangsamoro, not only because it is a priority of the regional government's development plan, but what quality education can bring to the present and future of this diverse and honorable Bangsamoro nation. The late United Nations Secretary General Kofi Annan said, "Knowledge is power. Information is liberating. Education is the premise of progress in every society, in every family." Like most parents or guardians, we invest in our children's education to ensure that they will become productive, principled, and responsible adults. Through proper education, we hope that they will thrive in their selected professional endeavors and effectively contribute to the well-being of our families, communities, and the Bangsamoro region. However, our good intentions for the Bangsamoro educational system will not be possible without a clear strategy and the necessary instruments to enable its realization. Like any home, it needs a good foundation and solid frame. Otherwise, the house will collapse once exposed to the elements. We at the Ministry of Basic, Higher and Technical Education are aware of the challenges of our education sector that we face. We recognize that our education standards are not at par with the national standards, that we lack critical school facilities, especially in remote areas, and our teacher and personal development and management systems need improvement. Moreover, these honest practices have inundated governance in this sector. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Majority Floor Leader, it would be demoralizing to contemplate that our children will be robbed of a potential bright future to these existing problems. Indeed, ladies and gentlemen, I cannot think of a greater injustice than our children not allowed to widen their perspective or unlock their potential through education, whether through conventional academic schooling, technical and skills development, or the Madaris system. With the grace of Almighty Allah, we now have the opportunity to institute necessary reforms to deal with the protracted difficulties that have affected our education sector even before the establishment of the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao. Our achievements so far in this area, which we began more than a year ago, would be reinforced by the approval and implementation of a comprehensive Bangsamoro Education Code. For the benefit of my esteemed colleagues in Parliament, and instead of merely enumerating its provisions, I will discuss 25 salient features of the code we are filing today, or we have filed yesterday. Number one, the code is rooted in Bangsamoro history and struggle. As mentioned earlier, the Bangsamoro Education Code is a crucial step in promoting, affirming, and strengthening the Bangsamoro people's distinct historical identity and the long struggle to chart their destiny as a people and their ambition to build a future all can live together in justice and peace. Number two, the code is learner-centered. Through the code, we will establish an educational system centered on all learners in the Bangsamoro. Guided by this code, the corresponding processes, inputs, outputs, and outcomes of the system will be designed to ensure the learners' well-being. Number three, the code will facilitate a strong partnership with the vibrant education community. The realization of the Bangsamoro education system's goals and objectives depends on the support of a dynamic and robust education community or education stakeholders. To foster a spirit of shared cooperation among the educational community, the code recognizes the rights and duties. Number four, the code is founded on 5 key education principles. Letter A, it is rooted. It is rooted in the diverse context of learners, educational institutions, and communities, including the historical narrative and aspirations of the Bangsamoro people and the indigenous people. Letter B, it is balanced or anchored on a holistic education approach where a learner's intellectual, spiritual, psychological, and physical growth is given importance. Letter C, it is inclusive and therefore will ensure equal access to quality education regardless of beliefs, cultures, ethnicities, genders, needs and abilities, and socioeconomic backgrounds. Letter D, it is equitable and will guarantee access to educational services and opportunities for all. Letter E, it is anchored on moral governance, being reinforced, which advocates ethical and legal principles, practices, and behavior in engaging or managing the educational system. Number 5, the code establishes an integrated system of education. We envision a one-learner-centered education system that integrates all levels and types of education and allows for multiple entries and exits between public school system, madrasa system, and alternative learning systems for all learners. It is a system where all education processes and delivery modes are seamlessly coordinated to meet the learning needs, ideals, and aspirations of the Bangsamoro people. The system is also designed to deliver learning that is measured, monitored, and maintained with an array of assessment and management tools that are also part of that system. Number 6, the code ensures coordination of all aspects of education. Education is delivered in a comprehensive, coherent, and sequential manner through this delivery system, streams, modes, types, etc. Letter A, reliable early childhood care, but this is already corrected in the administrative code. We just said reliable childhood education. Letter A, reliable childhood education provide a strong foundation of learning and well-being throughout life, because our philosophy is that learning is from the cradle to the grave, or lifelong learning system. Letter B, Basic education in both the school system and the madrasa system meets basic learning needs and provides the foundation on which subsequent learning can be based. Letter C, alternative learning systems. Letter D, higher education, which will produce high-level and middle-level professionals. Letter E, technical education and skills development, which will develop the middle-level professionals. Letter F, lifelong learning and continuing education, develop the people's knowledge, values, and competencies beyond the regular schooling years. Letter G, pathways and equivalencies that enable access to qualifications aligned with national and international qualifications framework. Letter H, Islamic and Arabic studies in the madrasa and higher education levels. And letter I, the indigenous education system provides equitable access to quality education for indigenous peoples, learners, and maintains, protects, and promotes IP culture and tradition. Number 7, the code highlights clarity in levels of education. We are referring to the elementary and secondary education, which comprises the basic education sector and interconnects with the madrasa system and higher education, which includes Islamic higher education. Letter 8, the code employs a set of comprehensive delivery systems. In other words, education is delivered through formal and non-formal learning systems. Number 9, the code maintains that technical education and skills are anchored on Bangsamoro needs. Technical education and skills development graduates shall become active and productive members of society. All technical education programs, irrespective of delivery system, whether formal or non-formal, aim to prepare middle-level skilled human resources by providing general education, technology-related sciences, and related occupational training. Number 10, common high standards for basic education. The delivery of basic education, both school and madrasa system, is governed by the standards to be developed by the ministry in critical areas of basic education, including but not limited to the curriculum and competency, teachers, textbooks, and learning materials, infrastructure, and quality assurance. In the development of these standards, the ministry considered the rules of the Philippine educational system. Number 11, uniform standards for higher education and technical education. Likewise, higher education and technical education and skills development in the Bangsamoro are also governed by the standards issued by the ministry, subject to the existing national government regulations. Number 12, the code empowers the ministry to adopt guidelines on qualifications, competency, licensure examinations, appointment, promotion, professional development, welfare, and benefits. Subject to existing national policies, the code mandates the adoption and implementation of the necessary guidelines on teachers' qualification, competency, appointment, promotion, professional development, welfare and benefits, and teacher management. Also, the ministry will consider adopting its licensure examination for teachers, subject to the applicable laws. Number 13, all universities, schools, and colleges in the Bangsamoro are now subject to their charters under the regulation of the ministry. I would like to emphasize that the participation of representatives of private schools in matters relating to them is safeguarded. Number 14, the chair of the Committee on Education in the Parliament is now a member of the board of all state-owned colleges and universities in the Bangsamoro. This will make sure that these state-owned colleges and universities are in step with the strategic development, strategic direction of the BARM. Number 15, Islamic subjects and Arabic language curriculum under the school and madrasa system. Islamic subjects and Arabic language curriculum will be taught to Muslim learners in both the school and madrasa system, but also allows non-Muslim students to attend similar programs. Number 16, Islamic higher education is now a reality. Higher learning for Islamic and Arabic studies may be provided through Islamic study programs, schools, schools, institutes, and universities in the Bangsamoro subject to the ministry's regulation. Islamic higher learning shall instill Islamic values necessary for the realization of the Bangsamoro Education Goal. We are expecting a hot debate on the issue of Islamic higher education, and we are prepared to discuss that when the time comes. Number 17, indigenous people's education is preserved. Indigenous people's education, or IPED, is provided to promote the distinct cultural identity, integrity, and heritage of the indigenous peoples and communities and ensure the recognition of and respect for all indigenous peoples in the Bangsamoro. Number 18, as provided in the Bangsamoro Organic Law, peace education is mainstream. Peace education is offered to instill in the learners the values and knowledge and develop the attitudes, skills, and behaviors to live in harmony with oneself, with others, and with the natural environment. Peace education is a core component of Bangsamoro education, strategically integrated into the curriculum of all educational levels. Number 19, the power to create educational institution is established. The establishment of educational institutions in the Bangsamoro must conform to the legal requirements. Therefore, education institutions must seek prior authorization from the ministry before they can operate in the Bangsamoro. Number 20, financial support to public education institutions, including madrasa. When we say here madrasa, we are talking about public madrasa. And those privately owned madrasa, provided that they will comply with the requirements of the ministry, especially in terms of curriculum, probably we can extend subsidy. The Bangsamoro government, in coordination with the national government and local government units, will contribute to the financial support of educational programs to be implemented by the ministry. In all other cases, the ministry will be guided by the code-specific provision on financial aid to public education institutions. Number 21, subsidy for private education institutions. The Bangsamoro government may assist private educational institutions in the form of grants or scholarship or loans from government financial institutions in recognition of their complementary role in the educational system. However, such programs should meet specific defined educational requirements and standards and contribute to the attainment of Bangsamoro and national development goals. Number 22, education incentives for education community. The ministry may provide an incentive program to encourage the community's participation in the development of the educational sector. And last, I want to emphasize that the right of sectarian schools to propagate their religious belief is not curtailed. As you can see, we try to cover as much in the draft Bangsamoro Education Code we are presenting today. We aim to offer a code that governs the education system in the Bangsamoro and sets the strategic direction for the implementation of a balanced, accessible, and high-standard educational structure that reflects the existing context and culture. I anticipate that many of you have specific questions that are operational and administrative. Therefore, I should reiterate that the code is essentially a legal system that lays down the authority and responsibilities of the BARM, the public, and the interested parties to develop accessible and quality education in the Bangsamoro. Moreover, the code will contribute to the creation of harmonized relationships to ensure effective collaboration among all education stakeholders in the Bangsamoro. Specific operational questions can be addressed by the implementing rules and regulations, or IRR, that will be drafted once Parliament approves the code. While it would be challenging to come up with a perfect education code, what is essential that the resulting draft would include the provisions relevant to the Bangsamoro people, and there will be room for improvement. Before I end my speech, I want to take this opportunity to thank our friends and partners who helped the Education Ministry in crafting the Bangsamoro Education Code. Esteemed members of the Education Board and Technical Working Group on the Bangsamoro Education Code and its Secretariat, the Asia Foundation, and the Institute of Bangsamoro Studies, the Australian government, through the Education Pathways to the Peace Program, the Development Academy of the Philippines, and independent consultants engaged in this endeavor. I hope my presentation provided you with enough information on the relevance of the code. I look forward to your questions and comments, not now, but later, mainly if they help improve the draft we have today. I recognize that we, as MPs and BARB officials, are as diverse as the Bangsamoro homeland itself. Despite our differences, we are all dedicated to our constituents and our respective advocacies. And I believe that providing quality, inclusive, and relevant education to our children is one of the priority areas we can all accept. Let our diversity be a source of strength, and the overarching tenets of the Bangsamoro Organic Law and moral governance be our guide. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Maraming salamat.
Alaikum assalam. Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I move to refer the Cabinet Bill number 70 to the Committee on Education, Mr. Speaker.
There is a motion to repair the Education Code to the Committee on Education. Do I hear a second? Seconded. Do I hear any objection? Hearing none, the same is repaired to the Committee on Education.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, we proceed to the
Majority
next
Leader.
agenda.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, MP.
MP Bang, yes.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh, Member of Parliament, Imadjo, sa Speaker of the Day, kay Bapak Sami Gambar, Executive. Mr. Speaker, kung mamarapatin po ng buting Ministry of Higher Education sa kanyang ipapasa ng code ng education, ay yung mga nandito na mga MP ay mag-cotor. Yung mga kapatid natin dito na MP, yung president ngayon ay mag-cotor sila. Pangalawa po, Mr. Speaker, yung admin code, kung inihiling din na Member of Parliament na president ngayon o nandun sa Zoom na mag-cotor dahil ito legacy na ito na Bangsamoro, itong admin code na ipapasa natin ngayon. Yan po yung inihiling namin, Speaker, na magkaroon tayo na mag-cotor na lang lahat ang Member of Parliament. Thank you po, Mr. Speaker. Mag-cotor po kami lahat. Yung dito lang, Mr. Speaker.
Saan?
Sa dalawang code po. Admin code, saka dito sa education code.
Majority Leader.
Yes, we will request the Secretary to get those MPs who would like to be co-author of the Bangsamoro Administrative Code as well.
Magtaas kayo ng kamay.
Taas na. Anyway, I think there is no objection from the members here. They can be included.
Sino mag-cotor ng dalawang code? Admin code na Bangsamoro at saka yung education code na Bangsamoro.
MP should like to be co-author of the education code, admin code. Please raise your right hand.
Mr. Speaker.
Secretary General, please record all those.
Siguro, Mr. Speaker, kung mamarapatin na Secretary General, lahat po na president nandito po ngayon ang ating mga MP, ay pa-record na lang po na coauthor lahat. Kasi alam natin na legacy natin yan.
At the proper time, yung education code, at the proper stage, we will consider.
Anyway, only those who raise their hand will be included in the meantime, and those who want to join later upon their own representation.
Baka mag-officially communicate lang nila sa amin through email.
Admin code, saka education code.
Anyway, you communicate with the Secretary General para masama ang pangalan nyo. Okay? Either by text or message. Para alamin ng Secretary General. Please inform them of your intent. Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, we proceed to the next more important resolution. Mr. Speaker, the resolution number 329, Mr. Speaker.
Okay.
May request MP Omar Sema to be the majority floor leader for the day.
MP Sema, please take over the majority position, leader position, because our majority leader will be presenting the resolution, I guess.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May we now recognize the MP Lanang Ali to read the resolution.
MP Lanang Ali, our majority leader, is recognized to...
Yes, Mr. Speaker, there is a urgent resolution as part of this special session. This is a resolution adopting and approving the interim composition of the respective recruitment, selection, and placement boards of the Bangsamoro Transition Authorities, ministries, offices, and agencies. Mr. Speaker, may be allowed to read the explanatory note of this resolution. Yes, the Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, Section 4. I already posted this in the chat room of the BTA Matters. Section 4, Paragraph C, Article 16 of the Bangsamoro Organic Law provides that the BTA shall prioritize the organization of the bureaucracy of the Bangsamoro government during transition, including the approval and implementation of a transition plan and the institution of a placement process for hiring of personnel during transition. The last paragraph of Section 10, Article 16 of the same law directs the BTA to institute an independent, strictly merit-based, and credible placement and hiring process for all offices, agencies, and institutions in the Bangsamoro government, and shall consider gender and ethnic balance. In the first few months of the BTA in the bar, Mr. Speaker, we have endeavored to finish the transition plan for this purpose, among others. While awaiting approval or action on the transition plan by the BTA, the previous structure of the armed bureaucracy was considered the functional structure of the Bangsamoro government to ensure the least disruption of the delivery of basic services in the region. The authority of the BTA to create offices and organize the bureaucracy during the transition period is without prejudice to the authority of the Bangsamoro government to reorganize the bureaucracy upon its constitution or any time thereafter. Through the final transition plan approved by the Parliament last year, the BTA has scheduled the gradual phasing out of offices of the Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao, ARM, which are now deemed abolished as a consequence of the ratification of the BOL. The same approved final transition plan included the guidelines on the recruitment, selection, and placement of human resource in the Bangsamoro government. The guidelines were issued to facilitate the process of human resource recruitment, selection, and placement, and filling up of positions in approved staffing pattern. As a result of the gradual phasing out of offices in the ARM and the subsequent creation of new offices in the BTA. On the other hand, the Ministry of Finance and Budget and Management ensured that the ministry staffing patterns are consistent with existing budgeting organization, staffing, position classification, and compensation policies, guidelines, and standards of the national government. The screening process framework is simple and compliant with omnibus rules on appointment and other human resource actions, or ORA, promulgated by the Civil Service Commission. Each ministry, office, or agency, including the Bangsamoro Parliament, form its own recruitment, selection, and placement board to deliberate the positions and screen applications to vacant positions. In a dialogue with the high officials of the CSC in Manila in January 2020, representatives of the Cabinet, including the team of MP and Minister for Science and Technology, Engineer Aida Silongan, who leads the Cabinet Committee on the drafting of the Bangsamoro Civil Service Code, sought the ratification of CSC as to the composition of RSPB, explaining that the peculiar situation of the bar during the transition should be giving weight in allowing a more relaxed application of the ORA. They were advised to pull out of the request in writing, put all of the requests in writing for proper resolution of the Commission. The omnibus request was submitted to the CSC in February 2020. COVID arrived in March 2020, and so there was a delay in the resolution of the request. By then, ministries had to proceed with the hiring process, starting with the organization of the RSPB and publication of vacancies in the Bangsamoro job portal. On September 24, 2020, the CSC for BARM transmitted a copy of CSC Resolution Number 2769, dated August 28, 2020. In gist, the resolution partially granted the request of the BARM. Thus, Mr. Speaker, number one, the extension of service of identified accountable officers of the ARM is recognized and needs no further ratification. No action for extension of service is required. Services rendered on extension shall be credited as government service. BTA may pattern the creation of its selection and placement board pursuant to ora-ora. Pro-Habichi decision that the series rendered in connection with the disapproved BTA appointments in 2019 are considered as creditable government service. The proposed language in the Bangsamoro Civil Service Code regarding the special provisions for Mujahideen is allowed, subject to the requirements under EO 292 on the definition of a temporary appointment, and may be allowed 3 renewals in the absence of a qualified eligible who is available. And granting, number 5, granting the request for specialized trainings through the Civil Service Institute in coordination with the Civil Service Commission for the Bangsamoro. In the discussion portion of item number 2 above, the Civil Service Commission stated, thus, as the law grants the BTA the power to institute a placement process for hiring of personnel during the transition, it incidentally and necessarily includes the determination of composition of the selection board, as latter is a major component of the placement process. Be that as it may, since the BTA has submitted itself to the Commission, the BTA may pattern its selection and placement board with what is provided under the ora-ora. Hence, the ad hoc members of the RSPB may approximate the credential and requirements of the real members prescribed under the rules. As emphasized, membership in the RSPB shall be determined by resolution of the Sangguniang concern, and a copy of which should be furnished the CSC regional office and CSC office, while the BARM is not an LGU strictly speaking. The requirements under the ora-ora can be applied by analogy. The resolution may be issued by the BTA, which is the legislative authority of the BARM during the transition period. In view of the above, the Honorable Chief Minister wrote the Honorable BTA Parliament Speaker on the same day of September 24, 2020, transmitting a copy of the said CSC resolution and requesting the BTA Parliament to issue the required resolution ratifying the composition of the respective recruitment, selection, and placement board, or RSPBs, of each ministries, and created office of the BARM, including the BTA Parliament. For such purpose, the list of RSPB composition was attached to the letter for reference, information, and appropriate action. Mr. Speaker, the adoption of this draft resolution is urgently prayed for by the government of the day, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader, what's your disposition on the resolution?
Majority, Mr. Speaker, we now open the period of interpellation, and I will now turn over, may I recognize MP Amir Mawalil to ask the first questions.
MP Amir Mawalil is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a few questions in line because I'm quite curious on the significance of this resolution. Mr. Speaker, the BOL granted the Parliament the power to establish the placement process for the hiring of personnel during transition. By adopting the RSPBs established by each ministry, office, and agency, how can the Parliament guarantee that the process established by these agencies are independent, strictly merit-based, and credible?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, first and foremost, the Bangsamoro Transition Authority of the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region and Muslim Mindanao are created by virtue of Republic Act 11054, particularly Article 16. And BTA, including the Office of the Chief Ministers and other ministries, are required to implement the law as mandated by the law. We are and must follow the rules, no? Yung especially the recruitment process must be independent, strictly merit-based, and credible placement and hiring process for all offices, ministries, agencies, and institutions in the BARM. Mr. Speaker, since previously in 2019, we adopt the structures of the ARM as stated in my explanatory note. And then after that, we implement the gradual phasing out by October, November, and December. So we are, in order to continue the operation of the BTA, we, in fact, in the BTA Parliament, we approve resolutions to extend accountable officers. And each ministries are required to start the hiring process. And in fact, they already started the hiring process. And as a result of this hiring process, we are, the ministries, each minister's offices are required to create our RSPB for the selection of the prospective applicants as required. And since we are on the transition period and we are on the peculiar situations, we are implementing rules. Of course, we should follow the Civil Service Commission rules. So we seek the BTA, the Office of the Chief Ministers through the Ministry of Science and Technology went to Manila to ask the CSC on the situation of the hiring process as well as the employment status of the BARM. Ito po ay resulta ng pag-uusap nila, no? Magandang pag-uusap. So, kung tatanungin ni MP Mawalil kung how can we guarantee itong RSPB na ito, ang masasabi ko po dyan ay ako po ay nagtitiwala ako sa wisdom and judgment ng ating leadership ng mga ministries na itong RSPB na na-compose nila ay strictly independent, merit-based. Credible placement and hiring process ang pinoproceed natin dito sa BTA Parliament. So, yung process na yun, nagawa na natin. Medyo nagka-problema lang tayo, Mr. Speaker, dahil dumating yung COVID at kailangan nating mag-continue para ma-proceed natin yung hiring process at ma-continue yung delivery of basic services para sa atin mamamayan sa Bangsamoro. And meron tayong peculiar situation, yung pag-create ng RSPB through Civil Service Resolution ng ora-ora na yan, na sinasabi dito sa resolution na yan, naghingi tayo ng advice kung ano ito ba ay applicable sa atin at ang response ng ating Civil Service National through Civil Service Resolution 2007-69, CSC Resolution 2007-69 dated August 28, 2020, we can adopt the ora-ora as provided in the rules. This appropriate legislative body can pass a resolution establishing or creating the RSPB. So this is why we have this resolution, Mr. Speaker, and it also brings it to mind, Mr. Speaker, even the Supreme Court declared in the Kida Abbas case that the arm or the previous arm or the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao can be considered as a local government unit. So we can, the CSCs allowed the BARM to, the BTA to pass a resolution related to this matter, Mr. Speaker.
Wow. Mr. Speaker, that is a very lengthy response, but just not to get lost track.
My answer is that, Mr. Speaker, the process done by the office of the executive authority is credible, and I believe that they will do it in following the rules and following the laws, and we are implementing the process which is recognized by the Civil Service Commission, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, respectfully, I not against the establishment of a RSPB. My mere clarification, Mr. Speaker, is that we cannot just trust words or that we trust the judgment of a head of an institution. My question pertains to what is the mechanism? Kumbaga, Mr. Speaker, pinapa-approve natin to sa Parliament, binibigay natin yung right nila to compose their screening committee, pero ano yung mechanism na mag-guarantee since the BOL mandates yung BTA, and in this case, BTA refers in the definition based on my reading, the definition of BTA is the 80 members of the Parliament. Kung itatakel natin yung pag-create ng hiring, ng merit-based na system of hiring. So ang tinatanong ko lang, Mr. Speaker, what is the mechanism that will guarantee us na credible, merit-based yung ginagawa ng mga agencies?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. The Recruitment Selection and Placement Board follow the civil service guidelines on the selection process. Big sabihin, although the Bangsamoro Organic Law is, the BARM is an autonomous region, we are strictly following the civil service rules, guidelines, particularly on hiring process, and we cannot go over or out of that guidelines issued by the Civil Service Commission, Mr. Speaker.
So what is the definite answer? Can we wrap it in a nutshell? How can the government of the day guarantee that these mechanisms that are to be established or were established by these agencies are credible enough to handle the screening committee? In a nutshell, in brief, in a summary.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, we can guarantee that each ministries, through the leadership of the Chief Minister, shall follow the provisions of the law, shall follow the guidelines of the Civil Service Commission, and shall follow the rule that on the hiring or selection process, it must be an independent, merit-based, credible, and placement and hiring process of for all offices and agencies. Hindi ba, Mr. Speaker?
I will have to note that I'm not really satisfied with the answer. But jumping off from that, proceeding to my next follow-up question, Mr. Speaker, is that is it possible that we integrate or include in the proposed resolution the composition of this interim, quote-unquote, so-called interim RSPB?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, may I respond? No? The RSPB, Mr. Speaker, is to the mandate of the RSPB is to follow the CSE rules and regulations on hiring. In it, the mechanism that mechanism that can be observed by the RSPB. There is also a complaints mechanism which are found in these guidelines. So, meron po yan guidelines ng civil service. Ang rules and regulations na yan ay fina-follow yan ng RSPB sa pag-process niya ng hiring process. And then meron din doon guidelines para sa complaints na dapat din ay follow ng RSPB. Ibig sabihin po, yung civil service rules and regulations ay dapat na i-follow ng ating RSPB sa yun ang part ng mechanism. Including sa mechanism na yan, Mr. Speaker, ay yung job portal na yan, yan ay isa sa mga mechanism sa hiring process, including the interview, including the examinations. Yan ay kasama sa civil service guidelines, rules and regulations. At yan po ang pinapalo. In fact, ina-implement natin ng mabuti yan sa panahon na ito, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My next question would be, I have three more questions, Mr. Speaker. I'll make it brief so that we can proceed. Is it possible that the members of this chamber be furnished copies of the standing screening compositions of the screening committees?
Yes, I have now the copy here, the composition of RSPBs in each offices, agencies, and ministries. And if any members of the Parliament would like to have the copy, that I will submit it to the Secretary General, and you may request the copy of this. Because this is a very composed of 5 pages of the list of the RSPB.
May I move, Mr. Speaker, that all members of this Parliament be furnished copy of the said document?
As requested, the Secretary General and the Secretariat are required to provide copies to members.
Mr. Speaker, may I proceed?
Okay, please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, the establishment of a placement process delves into substantive matters, not mere procedural in character. Substantive in the sense that it involves the fundamental rights of an individual for equal access to opportunities for public service and prohibit political dynasties against graft and corruption. Section 26, Article 2 of the 1987 Constitution. Mr. Speaker, hence, these matters cannot be applied retroactively without violating the central tenets of due process. Now, my question, Mr. Speaker, is, can the adoption of a resolution by the Parliament which involves substantive rights of individuals, not merely referring to the Parliament's internal procedure or sentiments on certain matters, retroact and validate the acts, appointments made, I think, since last year? And can a mere resolution do this? So in a nutshell, Mr. Speaker, I am reminded of a previously, I think, filed and approved resolution that are aimed at ratifying an executive order issued by the Office of the Chief Minister. So in a nutshell lang, para matapos na natin to, ano yung mangyayari if ever hindi i-approve ng parliament na itong resolution na to? Anong magiging effect niya doon sa hiring process, yung mga na-hire na natin previously? And can this resolution be enough to rectify, sorry for the word, but to rectify the acts?
Majority Leader,
1 minute suspension, Mr. Speaker.
1 minute, session suspended for 1 minute.
1 minute suspension, Mr. Speaker.
Suspended already for 1 minute. Session resumed.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, to respond with the query of MP Amir Mawalil, we have to put it in the two views. No? With respect to the Civil Service Resolution 2007-69, because there is an issue which were referred by the BARM, and the Civil Service acted on these issues. They issued the CSA Resolution 2007-69, which has a retroactive effect. But on the matter of this resolution, Mr. Speaker, the question, if I understand the question, MP Mawalil, is if there is a retroactive effect of this resolution. There is a non-retroactive application of this resolution. But the importance, the essential part of this resolution is if we cannot approve this resolution, Mr. Speaker, as recommended by the Civil Service, we cannot hire Mr. Speaker, because this is in recognition with the composition of the and organization of the RSPB, which is very important, Mr. Speaker. But on the previous appointment that we have made, based on the resolution of the CSC, they recognize it and given a retroactive effect of because of that resolution, Mr. Speaker. But on the next appointment, Mr. Speaker, we are required to pass this resolution, Mr. Speaker.
Just two more clarifications, Mr. Speaker. So you're saying that this is retroactive. Clarification on what will happen. I will say this hypothetically, if we do not approve this resolution, what will happen to the previously hired employees?
Yes, as I said, Mr. Speaker, the previously hired employees, Mr. Speaker, has been covered by the CSC resolution. In fact, it is stated in my explanatory note that those appointments they be credited as government services. But on the next appointment, Mr. Speaker, yun, importante talaga na may pass natin itong resolution para doon sa sa listahan na ito na RSPB ay mag-give effect ito. Yun po ang pinaka-importante dito, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I'm contented with the responses of the Majority Floor Leader. As always, it's an honor to clarify things about the agenda on the hand. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Now, Mark, from the Zoom.
Mr. Speaker, we now close the interpellation.
No, Minority Leader has a few questions.
There are still interpellators.
From the Zoom.
Mr. Speaker, we will resume after Maghrib prayer. We recognize MP Liza Alamia,
After Maghrib.
MP Teng Ambulodto, and only two more interpellators.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for suspension.
Suspension for Maghrib prayer. Tingnan nyo, yung kan, kay
Majority Floor Leader and the real Majority Floor Leader, who is the proponent. I just have some 2 points to make, clarificatory questions, just to make sure that we got everything covered legally. If we look at the explanatory note of the Majority Floor Leader and the letter of the Civil Service Commission, it says, and it clearly says that we follow what is found in the 2017 Omnibus Rules on Appointment and Other Human Resource Actions, which was revised in July 2018. CSC Reso number 1-800-692. Plus, there is a resolution also issued by the Civil Service Commission directly to the BARM that says that a resolution may be issued by the BTA, which is the legislative authority of the BARM during the transition period. And this follows the ORA. That's the controlling rule under civil service rules, yung ORA. So by analogy, and if you look at, just to set the mind of the plenary, if you look at the ORA rules, there is a requirement, no, for local government units, although without saying that BARM is an LGU strictly speaking, that we follow the requirements under the LGU. And that is that the Sangguniang concerned shall issue a resolution approving the composition of what we call the Human Resource Merit Promotion and Selection Board. So, Mr. Majority Floor Leader, I would like to know if we have complied with the requirements. So this is prospective, no, for the coming appointments. If we have complied with the requirement, number one, the creation of the Human Resource Merit Promotion and Selection Board instead of RPSB, and if that composition of the RPSB or the HRMPSB is attached to this resolution, I would like to know if it is attached there, and if the names are clearly identified per ministry, per appointing authority. Mr. Speaker, that's not my first question.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, we comply with the requirements as mentioned by the good Minority Floor Leader. In fact, a while ago, I raised the names of those RSPB members per ministries, per agency, per offices. In fact, it contains in 5 pages the list of the names, and we also comply the other requirements. But I would like also to emphasize, Mr. Speaker, in this august body, that we can always contest the CSC positions applying the rules on LGU to BARM by analogy. However, instead of doing this and risk waiting for a reply for another 6 months, considering that we are in COVID pandemic today, we count on the cooperation of our colleagues here in Parliament to pass this proposed resolution. We are here. This resolution proposed resolution is here. We are confident that all the requirements, and we are following the guidelines of the CSC. We are complying with the requirements, MP Minority Floor Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Majority Floor Leader. Considering that the appointment is prospective and the Cabinet is here now, the government of the day is here now to ask for this resolution, which is akin or similar to the ORA rules. I think the CSC has not required us to strictly comply with the ORA rules.
Yes, yes.
You lost connection?
Nasipa yata eh. 1 minute suspension, Mr. Speaker.
Session suspended for 1 minute.
Ito may kopya ako. Yes. The government service. May kopya. Isipan eh.
Yun doon.
Housing project. Tagal, no?
Yan.
Okay. Yes, yes.
Can you hear?
Yes.
MP Liza?
Session resume.
MP Liza, you may proceed with your last question.
Considering this, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Majority Floor Leader, the ORA-ORA, which means the Omnibus Rules on Appointment and other human resource actions, can be applied by analogy to the BARM. And I think that's very clear in the letter, the resolution of the Civil Service Commission. Now, my next question, I just want to be assured that there is an attached composition. The question is, on the other requirement, under the ORA-ORA rules, and that is there an specific per agency merit selection and promotion plan? I remember that is always required by the Civil Service Commission. Mr. Speaker,
Yes.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, there is a existing body with Mr. Speaker.
There is a plan, there is a merit selection and promotion plan.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, there is a plan.
Okay, so considering that, Mr. Speaker, I rest my case, and eventually I would move to have this resolution approved. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Majority
Thank you,
Leader.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may we please recognize MP Teng Ambulud.
MP Teng Ambulud is recognized. MP Teng Ambulud.
Yes, thank you. This would be very quick questions. Very quick questions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Brother Majority Floor Leader. Brother Majority Floor Leader, it is the Bangsamoro Organic Law that requires us to institute a hiring process. It was not the policy-making power of the civil service. Is that right?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. On the basis of this, we have already instituted the hiring process when we approved the transition plan.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, the transition plan laid down the guidelines in the hiring process. And this transition plan, Mr. Speaker, was adopted and approved by with this Parliament last year, Mr. Speaker.
So, and Mr. Speaker, it was not a motu proprio on the part of our ministers that they constituted their RPSB, but it was on the basis of that guidelines contained in our transition plan, approved by the Bangsamoro Transition Authority.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, the transition plan as well as those hired or appointed based on the transition plan has been considered by the CSC because of this CSC Resolution 2007-69. But this proposed resolution is prospective in application, meaning this will be applied after this resolution, effectivity of this resolution, Mr. Speaker. That is the reason why we are, the government of the day is pushing for the approval of this resolution.
Actually, Brother Majority Floor Leader, if the acts of our RPSB can stand on its own, being emanating and flowing from our authorities BTA to institute a hiring plan, which we have included in our transition plan, do we still really need to adopt and approve the RPSB of our ministries, considering that it was not motu proprio, but instead was in accordance, but in pursuant of a resolution, the transition plan, that was already adopted by this BTA as early as last year. Yun yung ano ko dun, Brother Majority Floor Leader. Meron na authority yung ating mga ministries because of the transition plan, which included the guidelines.
Yes,
So ang question ko lang talaga dito, bakit natin i-adapt pati i-approve yung, is it in our, is it still within the province of the BTA to approve acts of our ministries, acts of the executive that is already in pursuant to law? Or rather, we are simply concurring or ratifying the acts that they have performed pursuant to a mandatory resolution of this assembly.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, for the record, we are not rectifying.
Diba yung lang ano doon?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
So basically,
yes, may I speak, Mr. Speaker? For the record, we are not rectifying anything. We did nothing wrong in the proceeding with the hiring process. We are doing this upon advisement of the Civil Service Commission, or the CSC. Besides the transition plan, the composition. Yes, the composition is what to be approved by this resolution. Mr. Speaker, it is only now that the CSC has likened us to an LGU as while we do not fully agree, prudence dictates that in order to meet the timelines of hiring and recruitment, Parliament should issue this resolution, Mr. Speaker, to comply with the.
so brother,
advice of
let
the
us
Civil
simply
Service
put
Commission.
things in the proper perspective, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Okay na, thank you.
Ulitin ko lang, last na ito. So, to recap, basically, our ministries, Mr. Speaker, our ministries have conducted the hiring process in accordance with the hiring process that the BTA has approved, instituted in the transition plan. So, what we are simply doing here, because we have a documentary requirement by the civil service, we were advised by the civil service requirement to also furnish them a copy of this resolution. That is why this resolution is already before us for our consideration and action.
MPT,
Ganun lang po yun, di ba, sir?
thank you. I would like to reiterate that the requirement of the law is transition plan, and the wording of Article 16 is very clear. Bangsamoro Transition Authority while admittedly there is already a pacing and implementation execution, but what is required is, in addition to the transition plan, is the institution of a placement process which may be covered by this resolution because of the word "and." So the civil service may mistook the transition plan as an independent from the pacing plan. So I think with that clarification, we can now move forward. Thank you, MP Teng.
Thank you, MP Teng Ambuludto. I hope some of your questions
Thank you,
were
thank you, thank you,
clarified. I hope some of your headaches have been removed by the answer, by the clarification
wala
of
ko headache,
the
boss.
speaker.
Okay ako.
I now turn over the... Mr. Speaker, I now move for the termination of the period of interpellation.
The period of termination on the
And I move
resolution.
for the approval of this resolution subject to style.
There is a move to terminate the period of interpellation for resolution number Secretariat?
329.
329, and there is also, orally, there is a move to adopt resolution 329. Do I hear any second?
I second.
It has been seconded. Do I hear no objection? Hearing none, the same is approved. Majority
Mr.
Leader.
Speaker, I now turn over the floor to the Majority Floor
The
Leader.
Majority Leader may now take over the cause.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, since we agree before the suspension of the session that at least one copy of the Bangsamoro Administrative Code and the copy is already put there in front. Mr. Speaker, I therefore move for the third and final stage for the final approval of the Bangsamoro Administrative Code or the Cabinet Bill number 60, Mr. Speaker.
There is a move.
By nominal voting.
There is a move. As agreed, we have already the copy. It's testified by the Secretary General and the Majority Leader. There is a move to adopt for third and final reading the Bangsamoro Administrative Code, which is covered under Bill
Number 60.
60. May we now vote?
By nominal vote.
Nominal voting. May I direct the Secretary General to call the roll on the vote for the third and final reading of Bill number 60.
Nominal voting for BTA Cabinet Bill number 60, entitled an act providing for the administrative code and for other related purposes. Abbas Ahmad.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. Point of order, Mr. Speaker. May I ask the Secretariat to please check on the audios of those on the Zoom before we proceed with the voting.
Please check on the audio of those on the Zoom. As requested. Okay na ba? Baka mayroon naka-open eh. Okay? Audio, okay?
Abbas Ahmad.
Abbas.
Siguro, paano lang, yes na lang, sabihin lang nila yes doon sa Zoom.
Proceed. Sunod yan.
We don't have problem.
Yes.
Sige na. Isa. Start. start with the...
Ipirmahan siya namin. Ay, no, ipirmahan mo na.
Di ba itinap ang buting?
Hindi. Please proceed.
Mamaya ano tayo.
Picture.
Abbas Haron.
Ikaw na, kaka. I'll turn over to you.
Yung assignment natin, di ba, is about utilizing Azure DevOps. And I think the idea is similar with what
Abbas Haron.
Is to use
Have we started voting?
Natawagin yata tayo isa-isa.
Nominal, one by one yan. Nominal, isa-isa.
Yes, Jumila, andyan na. Bumoto na kami.
Bumoto na kami.
Please go back. Nandyan yung mga nag-yes. Lahat yata nag-yes.
Ano ba yan? I-text mo.
Naririnig ka namin, Mr. Speaker.
right? And they just have to just have to access that and also in order for them to maximize that
Magbasa na kayo, mag-roll call na kayo.
Shall suspended for 1 minute.
You proceed with the voting.
Those who are in Zoom are now voting through chat.
Alam mo, nominal voting ito. Kailangan ma-register, masabi yung pangalan, mag-register ng vote.
Yes. One by one, isa-isa yan dapat.
Oo, nominal.
Wala ng SS ng nominal voting ba?
Section Secretary General is directed to proceed to the nominal voting.
Abbas Ahmad. Abbas Haron. Abbas Dulcanain. Abbas Basit Sarip. Abu Mujib. Adyong Teo Ahmad Alonto.
I register my affirmative vote. Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Ahang Abdullah. Alamia Liza.
Yes.
Alauddin Faiz. Ali Ibrahim. Ali Junior Lanang. Ali Edi Mapag. Alil Cesar.
Yes, yes.
Ambuluto Suharto. Ampatuan Baitan.
Wait. I'll take my 2 minutes privilege. Mr. Speaker, I would like to request that I'll be allowed to take my time to explain my vote.
After we have voted, maybe you can explain your vote.
I think the process is when we vote, we have the option whether to explain
You
or
have
not.
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, my colleagues in this August Parliament. Assalamu alaikum. The Bangsamoro Administrative Code is a landmark legislation that will institutionalize the basic policies, rules, regulations, functions, powers, and defines the administrative and structural machineries of the Bangsamoro government, including the creation and structuring of ministries and offices in the BARM. The proposed bill has gone through a series of public consultations and hearings with different interest groups and institutions, including local government units, and their insights, concerns, and suggestions are integrated in the present version of the Administrative Code. Mr. Speaker, considering that all my proposed amendments were all considered this afternoon, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Let's proceed.
Anayati Susana.
Mr. Speaker, may I be allowed to please explain my vote?
Let's proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good evening, everyone. In behalf of the settler communities and my colleague, MP Narciso Ueke, we would like to express our gratitude for the passage of the Administrative Code wherein the creation of the Office for Settler Communities is considered. For this reason, Mr. Speaker, and for the greater honor and glory of God, and for the welfare of the settler communities that we serve and represent, I vote yes.
Thank you.
Asmawil Muslima. Balindong Ali Pangalian. Bara Hamid Aminuddin. Basman Ana Tarhata. Bato Muhammad Jainuddin. Burahan Abraham.
Yes.
Kandaw Bay Maleha.
Yes.
Dandamon Latif Maysara.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Diamla Musa. Dipatuan Saprula.
Vote for yes.
Ibrahim Ahod.
Yes. Yes.
Ismail Haji Abdulaziz. Gayang Abdullah.
Yes.
Gera Edward. Hasan Hatimil.
Mr. Speaker, I'd just like to make a short statement regarding my vote.
Please proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, the Administrative Code that we just passed today is the culmination of a long struggle of the Bangsamoro people. Started back more than 50 years ago, wherein the government of the Republic of the Philippines, the Moro National Liberation Front, and the Moro Islamic Liberation Front have been negotiating with them, and this resulted to signing of peace agreements, starting with the Tripoli Agreement in 1976, the 1996 Final Peace Agreement, the 2014 Comprehensive Agreement of Bangsamoro, and now that we have just approved one of the pillars of governance in the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao. Mr. Speaker, my vote is yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Proceed, Secretary General.
Hasim Abdullah. Iqbal
I
Muager.
vote yes.
Ismail Rasul. Jajuri Raisa. Jakila Muslimin. Karon Bainon. Lidasan Mussolini. Loong Don Mustafa. Lorena Jose Ribani.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes, but I will just submit my written explanation and support for the vote, for my vote for us in order to form part of the records of the deliberation of this administrative code. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Makakwa Abdurauf.
My vote is obvious, yes. Pero meron lang akong statement na konti.
Please
My
proceed.
statement goes like this. May kasabihan na kung sama-sama, may mangyayaring maganda. And this is the manifestation. Now, because of our sama-sama system, meron nangyari na na-approve yung administrative code. And with that, I am thanking, nagpapasalamat ako sa sinasabi nating minority, na hindi naman talaga minority, si Poy, si Jo Lorena, at saka yung nasa Zoom ngayon, at sa lahat-lahat tayo. Because this is not a success of the Parliament, but the approval of the Administrative Code is a success of the Bangsamoro people. Assalamualaikum.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Makapaar Abdullah. Makaraya Jamel. Makasalong Marjani. Magunadato Kadafe. Mantawil Malik. Mastura Dato Tukaw. Mastura City Shahara.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Yes, please.
May I be recognized, Mr. Speaker? I did not hear my name, Mr. Speaker.
The Secretariat have just announced your name. What is the pleasure of the gentleman? You will explain your vote? And what
Yes,
is
my
your
vote is yes, Mr. Speaker.
You are recognized.
My vote is yes, Mr. Speaker.
Is voting yes. Thank you.
Mawalil Amil Bahar.
Mr. Speaker, may I have my time?
Please, you are recognized.
Mr. Speaker, before I proceed to my vote, I would just like to commend one of the few people I look up to in this parliament. I think it is worthy of admiration that she's the reason why we reached this point. I'd like to commend my fellow MP Raisa Jajuri, the head of the panel, for ushering us to this historic event, Mr. Speaker. And I hope that she will continue to engage in the deliberation of the succeeding codes, Mr. Speaker. Obviously, Mr. Speaker, my vote is yes, and I am praying and I am wishing that the passage of this landmark legislation, to which is one of our priority mandates, will lead to the eventual enactment of the succeeding codes. If I'm not mistaken, there are at least 6 priority codes that we are yet to enact. So congratulations to this Parliament, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your observation is noted, and thank you for your yes vote.
Mitimbang Mitpantaw. Mitmog Rasul.
Honorable Rasul.
Mr. Speaker, my vote is yes, but please allow me to send my written explanation to be
Please
part of the
proceed.
journal of this session. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Proceed.
Mujahid Abdul Mohni.
Yes. My vote is
Munoz
yes.
Hussein. Oranon Suaib. Makasam Ubaida. Pak Abdul Wahab.
Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry I didn't hear my name being called. I'm sorry, baka na kaligtaan lang po ako. Hindi ko narinig.
Pangandaman Nabila Margarita. Ramos Jamila.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, my vote is yes, but may I be allowed for a very short statement? Mr. Speaker?
Please proceed.
Yes, my statement is this. May this legislation bear fruit and change the lives of our Bangsamoro people for the better. And may this honorable body continue to challenge itself, because this is only the beginning. The implementation of this law will define our success. It will walk the talk. And as we commemorate the month of cooperatives, I would like to share the appreciation of the cooperative sector for the recognition given to the given under the Bangsamoro Organic Law. Thank you and congratulations, everyone.
Your manifestation is noted, Your Honor.
Rimbang Edrisa Nasir.
Sultan Rimbang.
Napaka-gentleman na Speaker Atty. Pangalang Balindong, pamunuan na Parliament. Papayagan mo niyo po ba ako na 1 minute o 10 minutes na makapagsalita bago ako bumuto?
Please proceed.
Proceed. Okay, thank you very much sa Mimiro Parliament, sa mga staff, guests, secretariat, lahat po tayo. Una, kino-congrats ko po yung Bangsamoro, lalo sa nag-encode o nag-processing dito sa admin code ng Bangsamoro. Nagpapasalamat din ako sa pag-encode dun sa min-mint ko na lahat yung mga agencies na magkaroon na Arabic language. Yan lang po, Speaker. Bubuto po ako na yes. Yes na yes po. Supportad po ako sa Bangsamoro ngayon. Assalamualaikum.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Sakar Budayaw. Sahrin Abdul. Salenda Said. Ali Said. Ali Al Said. Saliga Romeo.
Mr. Speaker, may I be allowed to state some manifestation before my vote?
Please proceed for your manifestation.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Considering the urgency of this code that the Parliament should pass, and knowing that at least in many of the provisions, the rights and the structures that recognize the rights of the non-Moro IPs are included, though still a lot that may be incorporated maybe in the succeeding codes that we will pass. My vote, and of course, if my colleagues are not aware, tomorrow will be the anniversary of the Indigenous Peoples' Rights Act, which we are celebrating as non-Moro indigenous peoples. So the passing of administrative code today would be a one very important aspect for the celebration tomorrow. For that, my vote is yes, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The chair takes note of your manifestation. Please proceed.
Salik Ali. Saki Ali. Sani Punduma. Satar Alsad.
Mr. Speaker, may I be allowed to explain my vote?
Please proceed.
Mr. Speaker. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Mr. Speaker, my vote for the BTA Parliament Bill number 60 is affirmative for two reasons. Number one, the representation of the ulama in the 5 provinces and the special geographic area composed of the barangays that join the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region is assured, as stated in my proposed amendment in the composition of the Darul Ifta. Number two, Mr. Speaker, the code provides opportunities for the ulama to play an active role in promoting peace and development through da'wah and education, being the vanguard of the Bangsamoro struggle, both in the MNLF and the MILF. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I would like to reiterate that my vote is yes. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Sema Omar Yasser.
Mr. Speaker, my vote is yes, but may I please be allowed to state some few words.
Please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to congratulate the leadership of the Parliament for steering very well the passage of this Bangsamoro Administrative Code. Of course, we would like to congratulate also the Chief Minister for coming out for a very good draft that is workable, that allows us to perform our mandates well. And I congratulate each member of the Parliament. This is a milestone in our mandate. We have performed step 1 of our mandate. Mr. Speaker, I vote yes. I dedicate my vote to the late Chief Minister, to the late Chairman Yusuf Jikiri, and all of those who have passed away just recently. I also dedicate this to the leaders who are not able to come and vote because of their current stature in health. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
Sema Romeo. Sheikh Said. Silongan Aida. Sulaiman Ali. Tago Paisalin.
Assalamualaikum, Mr. Speaker. May I be allowed to explain my vote? Dito ako babawi sa explanation. Kanina, sabi nila bakit hindi ako nagtatanong sa interpellation at saka sa amendments. Wala akong amendments. Sabi ko doon na lang ako babawi sa explanation of votes, kaya mga 30 minutes. Anyway, lima lang naman natitirang bubuto, yung letter T. Anyway, Mr. Speaker, I stand this assembly, this august body, to vote not only a milestone legislation, but it is an historic legislation, Mr. Speaker. And I vote yes, Mr. Speaker. I have three good reasons in voting yes. Actually, Mr. Speaker, mayroon akong sinubmit na proposal sa amendments with respect to Madaris, Daro Relipta, and Pilgrimage Authority, but some of them were not taken, yung iba nakuha. So, be that at me, Mr. Speaker, I voted yes, and I have three good reasons in voting yes. Unang rason, Mr. Speaker, is that this administrative code was crafted by the government of the day. And I have vote of confidence to the government of the day that what they crafted is in accordance with the comprehensive agreement on the Bangsamoro, because they are the one who negotiated for the establishment of the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao. And I believe, Mr. Speaker, that in this administrative code, kung anong nakalagay sa comprehensive agreement on Bangsamoro, it is reflected in this administrative code. Pangalawa, Mr. Speaker, the reasons that I voted yes, although this administrative code may not be perfect, but in order that our government in government in transition can move, and the different ministries can exercise their different mandate and function as provided for under the law under this administrative code. And also, Mr. Speaker, dahil magbabudgeting na tayo, para na rin may rason, Mr. Speaker, in our budgeting, the structure that was made in this administrative code can be reflected in the budget that we approve later on. And pangatlo, Mr. Speaker, it was mentioned a while ago by my colleague, MP Marsima. Sinasabi ko kanina, this is an historic legislation, Mr. Speaker, because the crafting of the administrative code is one of the things that our Mujahideen have been fighting for. Na magkaroon tayo ng sariling gobyerno na naayon sa ating kultura, naayon sa ating religion, at naayon sa ating environment. At ito nakalagay dito sa administrative code, Mr. Speaker. And because of that, Mr. Speaker, this administrative code is in memory of our Mujahideen who have not seen the crafting of this administrative code. And I will mention a few. Our Salamat Hasim, the chairman of the MILF. The speaker na hindi niya inabutan yung pag-approve ng administrative code, Ghazali Jafar. Our colleague, MP Attorney Dataya, hindi nila inabutan ng pag-approve ng administrative code. And all the Mujahideens from the top 90, top 300, OXA, and the government and all other groups that fight for the self-determination of the Bangsamoro people, this is in their memory. And of course, Mr. Speaker, special mention, bago lang kamamatay ni Abul Khair Alondo, few years ago, one of the founder of the MNLF, Dimas Pundato, bago lang din kamatay, one of the founder of the MNLF. At lately, namatay yung dating chief of staff ng Bangsamoro Armed Forces of the Iminilip, Chairman ng Iminilip, Yusuf Chikere. This is in their memory, Mr. Speaker. Kaya itong administrative ko, Mr. Speaker, this is an historic legislation that should be engraved in this august body. So, napakalaking yes po, Mr. Speaker, I reiterate, napakalaking yes po ang buto ko dito sa administrative. Maraming salamat sa pagbigay niyo sa akin ng konting oras, Mr. Speaker, Majority Floor Leader. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh.
Thank you.
Tan Nabil.
Mr. Speaker, may I be allowed to take a little time to, before casting my vote, to speak a little?
Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I'd like to congratulate the members of the Parliament, the BTA, under the leadership of Speaker Pangalian Balindong for shepherding this proposed bill, and now we are about to vote into finality, into a law. Cabinet Bill number 60. Special mention must be made to our colleague MP Raisa and all those who made the amendments very interesting and helpful. I have not spoken in the period of amendments because I have already reviewed the enhanced version after I had some reservations from the original version of the admin code. So the asymmetrical relationship, the right to initiate legislation, the parliamentary form, which was mentioned in the BOL, were all already incorporated. So I kept my peace and I was just enjoying listening to the exchange of ideas, which was very good. And congratulations, colleagues. I also would like to commend the leadership of the BARM, Chief Minister Ahod Ibrahim, for the good draft that the Cabinet prepared for this admin code. Good and workable draft. Now we have partially complied with our function as a Bangsamoro Transition Authority, and I'm proud of that. And now we have a legal cover, a legal house, and not just relying on the transition plan. This is more of institutionalizing the foundation for a regular Bangsamoro Autonomous Region. With that, my vote is yes, and congratulations again.
Thank you.
Uja Sahi. Ulama Melanio. Usman Adsfar. Yaakob Muhammad. UAK Narciso. Lidasan Mussolini.
Mr. Speaker, we are ready to announce the result of the voting.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, members of the Parliament, This is now the result of the votes on Parliament Bill number 60, otherwise known as the an act providing for the Bangsamoro Administrative Code and for other related purposes. For the votes on physically present, we have 26, with 0 no votes, with no abstain. For the Zoom votes, we have 32 votes for yes, with 0 no votes and no abstain. Mr. Speaker, all in all, we have 58 votes for yes, 0 for no, and no abstain. So therefore, the yes votes have it, Mr. Speaker. Takbir! Allahu Akbar! Takbir! Takbir!
The Speaker have not yet announced the result. And with 58 members voting for yes, no, 0, and no abstention, the BTA Parliament Bill number 60, otherwise known as the Act, as an act providing for the Bangsamoro Administrative Code and for other related purposes, is hereby approved on third and final reading. Lord Leader,
There being no other agenda in the order of business, Mr. Speaker, I move for the adjournment of the special session, Mr. Speaker.
Second.
And then may I request all the members of the
I am inviting, the motion is approved.
The Speaker is inviting members of the
Madyo,
wala na session bukas.
join us in the photo opportunity to celebrate the Bangsamoro
That means wala na bukas.
Administrative Code.
Wala na.
Ang schedule is 29.
At saka, holiday na bukas, di ba? Di ba may memo na regular non-working holiday? So, wala tayong pasok talaga. Wala tayong session.
Picture.
Si Chief Minister,
May, pa-picture na lang tayo, May. Pa-picture na lang tayo.
Nandiyan, kasama natin ang Chief Minister.
Hi, Chief Minister.
Picture tayo sa Zoom.
Congratulations po.
Congratulations.
Congratulations sa Chief
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, can I just read my congratulatory? Yes. I just want to read a brief congratulatory message to the Parliament. Is it all right?
Yes, sir.
Yes, Chief.
Okay.
Yes,
It's procedure. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. I would like to express my gratitude and congratulations to my colleagues in the BTA Parliament under the guidance of our Speaker, Honorable Attorney Ali Pangalian Balindog, for the historic approval of the Bangsamoro Administrative Code. Today, we are writing a history by providing the form and structure of the Bangsamoro government and fulfill one of our mandates during the transition period. It was not an easy task. From the early days of the transition to the unforeseen coming of the coronavirus pandemic, we were surely placed under unprecedented circumstances that made the completion of this important task even more challenging. But through the mercy of Almighty Allah, we were able to handle those challenges and provide our peoples the Bangsamoro Administrative Code. In one of the basic principles and policies, the Bangsamoro Administrative Code provides that the Bangsamoro government, in pursuit of moral governance, shall maintain honesty, integrity, transparency, and accountability in governance, and take positive and effective measures against graft and corruption. This salient point speaks of our earnest desire to lead a system
and adheres to the concept of amana, where leadership and responsibilities are not just titles or positions, but more importantly, a trust given by the Almighty Allah. Of course, this is abused by a few. Just like the Bangsamoro Organic Law, I can proudly
Wala si Chief Minister.
Diyan pa man siya.
Wala, disconnected.
say that the Bangsamoro Administrative Code where we wish to take our future, inshallah. I know that we still have a lot of work to do, but let us take this time to celebrate this milestone. I hope that our passion for the Bangsamoro remain unshaken, regardless of the pandemic and the countless challenges ahead. We cannot and we must not stop until we create a barn that speaks of the sacrifices of our dear Mujahideen. That speaks of the dreams of young Fatimas and Abdullahs, a barn that speaks our narrative. Again, thank you so much. Wassalamu alaikum and congratulations to everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Lando.
Congratulations, sir.
Congratulations, sir. Everyone.
Congratulations, sir.
Picture with the Chief Minister. Liza, picture, nandiyan si Chief Minister.
Okay. Ano ba? One, two,
Asan na? Nawala si Chief Minister.
Picture.
Okay. Dito pa. Toy, naging dalawa picture mo, nawala Chief Minister. O, ako na dalawa.
Okay, propose na.
Nasaan na si Chief Minister?
Ha? Hindi niyo makita?
Ayan na.
Okay.
Ayan na.
Ay, Toy, alis ka dyan, Toy.
Yan.
Ay, alis ka dyan, Nabil. Teng, ba't ikaw?
Sino yung kuha ng picture?
Hindi, si Chief Minister kasama dapat.
Kapayapaan?
Hanap, salis ka dyan.
Hindi, boss, yan yung Nabs, bakit ikaw nandyan?
Pwede daw mag-resign? Siya nandyan, sa ikaw.
Yeah,
Sign na lang.
Siya. Toy, ikaw naman pumalit. Ayak na naman.
Oh, hanap.
Resign.
Alisin nyo na ako. Nandiyan na si Chief Minister.
Picture, please.
Thank you very much, yes.
Ayan, asan na?
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Salamat.
Everyone, salamat.
Nanay, Chief Minister dyan.
Ano si Chief Minister? Ayan.
Yan, Liza. Nandiyan, Chief Minister. Alis ka, Toy.
Hindi makikita. Okay.
Okay.
Pwedeng si Chief Minister lang magsi.
Ano?
Ano ba ang picture?
Ayan, okay.
Okay.
Ayos.
Okay.
Okay.
Sa GC ko na lang isa ba? GC.
Mas maganda pala dito sa group chat, makapapicture tayo kay Chief Minister, no?
Kaya nga, mas
Hindi
mabilis.
ka na tumatakbo. Yan pa, picture pa.
Say hi.
Mas safe dito.
Okay. Thank you.
Ayan, oh. Good night, everyone. Great job,
Congrats,
everyone.
Mr. Chief Minister. Congratulations.
Congratulations to all of us.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you sa inyo lahat.
Congratulations, sir. Congratulations, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Salam.
Makita ha.
Chief Minister, lumalabas ito.